Chapter 2399. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger. This sense of danger came from the depths of the sky dome. Swoosh. At this moment, a sword light shone from the depths of the sky. The light of this sword light was dozens of times brighter than the sun. It illuminated heaven and earth, and a vast pressure of the heavenly Tao filled the air. Everyone felt a great terror in their hearts. Sky Emperor, there is indeed a Sky Emperor behind this. Who is it? Lu Ming's mind was racing. After he destroyed the Mu clan, he thought it was the Mu clan, the Heng clan, the He clan, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect behind this. He thought it was over. However, when the sword light appeared, Lu Ming knew it was not over yet. There was still a Sky Emperor realm expert hiding behind the scenes and only struck at the last moment. Cautious. The Sky Emperor was extremely cautious. Even when he struck at the last moment, he struck from a distance. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Dandan shouted. Countless runes were emitted from his body. Around the Mu clan, the array appeared again, forming a ray of light that shrouded the area. Then, Dandan waved his hand. Pieces of turtle shells appeared out of thin air, blocking the sword light from piercing towards Lu Ming. The great spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At this moment, the sword light had arrived. The array set up by Dandan had amazing defensive power. However, when the sword light pierced the light screen shook violently and was pierced through. The sword light pierced through the light screen and bombarded the layers of turtle shells set up by Dandan. Bam, bam, bam. The turtle shells set up by Dandan exploded continuously. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. In the end, Dandan groaned. His body flew far away and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after Dandan's continuous obstruction, the power of the sword light had been greatly weakened. However, it did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming roared and revealed a crazed look. All 17 types of laws erupted and covered the great desolate spear. Then, Lu Ming stabbed out with all his strength. This spear was Lu Ming's strongest spear. All of his strength erupted at this moment. Clang! The great desolate spear collided with the sword light. Lu Ming immediately felt a terrifying energy rush towards him through the great desolate spear. The great desolate spear trembled incessantly. Lu Ming was forced back. His arms and body were covered with sword scars. It was as if he had been struck by hundreds of swords in an instant. But in the end, he managed to block it. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture with all his might. His injuries were rapidly recovering. Deep in the sky. It seems like there really are no other Sky Emperors here. Lu Ming, today, your everything will be mine. Disciple, let's go. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor's face was filled with ecstasy as he swept up the eternal river and headed downwards. That sword strike just now was just a test. If there was a Sky Emperor here, he would have fled immediately. However, seeing how Lu Ming and Dandan were resisting with all their might, he concluded that there was no Sky Emperor by Lu Ming's side. Not far in front of Lu Ming, a light flashed and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Heng Xinghe, 9 Demon Heaven Emperor, it's you. Seeing Heng Xinghe and the 9 Demon Heaven Emperor, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It seemed like the person behind this was the 9 Demon Heaven Emperor. He did not let Tu Yi and Lei Yi come out just now because he wanted to lure them out. Lu Ming, you killed the innocent. Today, my master will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Heng Xinghe shouted. He, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Don't make it sound so dignified. Heng Xinghe, I underestimated you in the past. You're really inhumane. You even wanted to use the Heng family. Moreover, you didn't do anything when the Heng family was destroyed. Lu Ming sneered coldly. Lu Ming, you're a sensible person. Take out everything you have, remember, everything, and this old man will give you a quick death. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor spoke, and his aura spread out. The Sky Emperor could borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. That aura was too terrifying, as if the Heavenly Tao was pressing down on them. Everyone in Aeon City paled, feeling the terrifying pressure. Sky Emperor, oh heavens, it's a Sky Emperor. There's actually a Sky Emperor behind this. Lu Ming is finished, he actually offended a Sky Emperor. Many people screamed in their hearts, but no one dared to speak out, afraid of offending a Sky Emperor. In the eyes of everyone in Aeon City, a Sky Emperor was a supreme existence. With a single thought, they could turn 1,000,000 corpses into a river of blood. Now, there was actually a Sky Emperor who wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was dead for sure. 9 Demon Heaven Emperor, looks like you're coveting the treasures on me. It's easy for you to kill me, but if this matter gets out, you won't have a place to hide. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. The world is so big. When the time comes, who can find me if I just hide? The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor laughed loudly, looking at the great spear in Lu Ming's hand, full of blazing flames, full of greed. Want my treasure? Come and take it yourself. Want me to hand it over? That's impossible. Lu Ming said, deliberately, retreating slowly. Resisting stubbornly, dragging out your hunger. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor said coldly. His figure swayed, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Fast, too fast. How astonishing was the speed of a Sky Emperor. It was unbelievably fast. Before everyone could react, he had already arrived in front of Lu Ming. His claws were like hooks, grabbing towards Lu Ming's glabella. With such speed, Lu Ming couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. Lu Ming stood there calmly, allowing the other party to grab at him. Lu Ming is dead for sure. Many people had such a thought in their minds. But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly had an extra arm. A khaki-colored arm directly blasted out from Lu Ming's body, blasting towards the 9 Demon Heaven Emperor's claws. It really looked like Lu Ming had an extra arm out of thin air. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the 9 Demon Heaven Emperor's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat 100 miles. A figure also appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was a khaki-colored figure with a burly figure and a mountain-like aura. It was Chaos Hall 2. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor's face was extremely ugly. 9 demons, looks like you're tired of living, to dare have designs on my Chaos Hall's young lord. 2E opened his mouth coldly, his eyes somewhat ferocious. All around, the others were dumbfounded. This unforeseen event exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure, but did not expect that a figure would suddenly appear on Lu Ming's body. Furthermore, this figure was clearly also a Sky Emperor. Behind Lu Ming, there was also a Sky Emperor realm existence. Furthermore, listening to the meaning, this Sky Emperor addressed Lu Ming as young lord and listened to Lu Ming's orders. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. But Heng Xinghe's expression was even uglier. Damn it, how is this possible? Heng Xinghe roared angrily in his heart. They already probed several times and were virtually certain that Lu Ming did not have a Sky Emperor following by his side. They did not expect that Lu Ming still had a Sky Emperor by his side. Chapter 2400. Let's go! The 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch shouted as a surge of energy swept across Xinghe, forcing him to retreat. With 2E out, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming, so he had to retreat. Staying alive was the most important thing. It's too late to leave now. A cold voice was heard, followed by a flash of lightning. A figure appeared behind the 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch. The figure was covered with lightning. It was Lei. The 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch stopped in his tracks as his face darkened. Beside Lu Ming were Lei and 2. There were 2 Heavenly Thearchs. With 2 Heavenly Thearchs surrounding him, he was in danger. A look of despair appeared on Xinghe's face. Lu Ming, what happened today is a misunderstanding. How about I apologize to you in front of everyone another day? The 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch smiled flatteringly. Misunderstanding? Kill him. Lu Ming spoke calmly and gave the order directly. He wouldn't give the 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch any chance. The 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch must die. Kill! Lei roared as lightning surrounded his body. He threw a punch at the 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch. Lu Ming, look who's dead! The 9 Demon Heavenly Thearch's eyes were ferocious as he charged at Lu Ming with Xinghe. 2E stepped out and threw a punch at the 9 Demon Heavenly the Arch. However, the nine-demon heavenly the arch waved his hand and threw Xing He at two. Master, Xing He screamed in desperation. Rest in peace. I'll avenge you. The nine-demon heavenly Thearcha's cold voice rang in Xing He's ears. Arg! Xing He screamed in agony as his body was crushed into dust by Tu Yi's terrifying punch. He couldn't fight back at all. Seizing this opportunity, the nine demons heavenly the arch dashed toward Lu Ming in a flash. He wanted to take down Lu Ming and use Lu Ming as a hostage to escape. He wanted to get all the resources from Lu Ming, such as the indestructible ancient scripture. You're courting death. Tu Yi roared as a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. With a swing, the meteor hammer shot towards Nine-Demon Sky Emperor like a meteor. Its speed was unbelievably fast, and it emitted a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. The Nine-Demon Sky Emperor's pupils contracted rapidly as he let out a desperate roar. Heavenly Tao soldier. This meteor hammer was naturally the heavenly Tao weapon that Lu Ming had given to Tu. The meteor hammer's speed was unbelievably fast. It caught up to the Nine-Demon Sky Emperor in an instant. He had no time to attack Lu Ming and could only turn around to defend. Bush. A long sword appeared in the Nine-Demon Sky Emperor's hand. In an instant he stabbed out hundreds of times. Hundreds of sword lights converged into one sword and blasted towards the meteor hammer. But it was useless. He could not block it at all. Tu Yi was already stronger than the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor, and with the addition of the Heavenly Tao weapon, his battle prowess was far above the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor's. Boom! With a loud boom, the meteor hammer smashed through the Nine-Demon Celestial Emperor's sword light with an unstoppable momentum and continued on its way to him. At this critical moment, the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor could only block it with his battle sword. But when the meteor hammer landed on the battle sword, the top-grade Great Emperor weapon exploded. The terrifying force slammed heavily onto the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor's body. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor screamed as his body was sent flying. His body was split into two. Although he was not dead, he was severely injured. His aura was weak and his face was pale. After being hit by the Heavenly Tao soldier, the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor's strength was reduced to less than 10%. Lu Ming, I surrender. Don't kill me. I can acknowledge you as my master and serve you. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor screamed in fear. He was truly afraid now. He stood no chance against Tu Yi, who had the Heavenly Tao soldier. He would definitely be killed. It was the first time in countless years that he felt such fear. Not interested. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. Die. Tu Yi roared ferociously as the meteor hammer smashed towards the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming, you will die a horrible death. Arg. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor screamed hysterically. He used all his means to escape, but it was useless. Under the attack of the Heavenly Tao soldier, all his means were superfluous. Bam! The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor's body exploded in the air. Even his soul was turned into ashes under the attack of the Heavenly Tao soldier. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor, a Heavenly Emperor, died just like that. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was numb. They could not make a sound. They were stunned as they looked at Lu Ming. A Heavenly Emperor was dead. A Heavenly Emperor was killed by Lu Ming's subordinates. This scene was too impactful, too shocking. A Heavenly Emperor was a legendary figure in the Yuan realm. They were supreme beings who would never face a heavenly tribulation. They had an endless lifespan, the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. Their combat strength was boundless. It was extremely difficult to meet such a figure. But now, one of them had fallen in front of them. Moreover, it was because of a young man. Young master, that guy's storage ring. Tu Yi flew back and handed a storage ring to Lu Ming. It was left behind by the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming nodded and kept the storage ring. Let's go, Lu Ming said and was about to leave. Young hero Lu Ming, please wait. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He stopped and turned around. 5 to 6 figures walked over. Lu Ming recognized two of them. They were Dongfang Shuiyu and Xian Lin. What? Is the Xian family trying to find trouble with me? Lu Ming said coldly. Xian Lin, Dongfang Shuiyu, and a few elders of the Xian family shuddered. An elder with a face full of wrinkles was full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, "Young brother Lu Ming, you must be joking. How would we dare to fight with you? We're here to apologize." Xian Lin, Dongfang Shuiyu, hurry up and apologize to young brother Lu Ming. In the end, the elder looked coldly at Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu. Just now, they saw the Mu family being annihilated. In the end, even a celestial emperor was killed. They were almost scared to death. They were afraid that Lu Ming would attack the Xian family because of Xian Lin. If that happened, the Xian family would definitely perish. So when they saw that Lu Ming was about to leave, they hurriedly came out and apologized to Lu Ming. Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu stepped forward with pale faces. They clasped their fists and bowed. "We were blind before and offended you. Please forgive us and don't stoop to our level." Lu Ming did not comment. He waved his hand casually and walked away without saying anything. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, Dandan, 2E, and Lei Yi followed Lu Ming and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2401. However, Lu Ming didn't take the Xian family's matter to heart at all. Now, his enemies in the primordial realm had basically been eliminated by him. He could almost be at ease. Next, Lu Ming still had two things to do. The first was to deal with the Death Kingdom. The second was the matter of the Hunyuan sect's inheritors. Back then, he passed the Hunyuan sect's assessment and obtained the position of the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor. At that time, he obtained a list. That list recorded the inheritors of the Hunyuan sect since ancient times, such as the silver inheritors and the bronze inheritors. According to the rules, these inheritors had to obey Lu Ming. However, in the past, Lu Ming didn't dare to rely on his status as a gold inheritor to go and order these people, because most of these people were now martial emperors. Among them, there were even true emperors and great emperors. With Lu Ming's previous strength, if he went to these people, he would probably be slapped to death by them. But now, he could. Lu Ming planned to subdue all these people first, then get rid of the Death Kingdom. However, to subdue those people, he needed to wait until the news of the Aeon City spread. That way, it would be much more convenient to do it. Lu Ming and the others stayed in the Aeon City. News of the battle in the Aeon City spread like a hurricane. Not only did it spread in the Divine Fate Land, but it also spread to other regions. For a time, a magnitude 12 earthquake occurred in the primordial realm. Lu Ming returned with a strong force and destroyed the overlord of the Aeon City, the Mu family, in one fell swoop. He killed all the experts of the Mu family and displayed a terrifying combat strength. But the most shocking thing was that in the end, a heavenly emperor figure wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was easily killed by Lu Ming's subordinates. Lu Ming's subordinates actually had a terrifying heavenly emperor figure. Everyone who heard this news was violently shocked. They knew that Lu Ming had risen against the heavens. Back then, Lu Ming was asserted by a heavenly emperor that he would never become an emperor in this life. Many people called him trash. But how many years had it been? Lu Ming rose to power. His battle prowess was terrifyingly strong. He killed more than a dozen great emperors from the Mu clan alone. That was more than 10 great emperors. What kind of battle record was that? It was simply frightening. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Ming still had the Celestial the Arch as his subordinate. When people heard this, they were dumbfounded and speechless. Everyone knew that an invincible figure had risen with an unstoppable momentum. Time passed quickly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past month, the entire Yuan continent had been talking about Lu Ming. It's time. The first one is the Lu family. They happen to be in Aeon City. In an inn in Aeon City, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. Then, he led Dandan and the others in a certain direction. The Lu family was a powerful force in Aeon City. Their strength was not any weaker than the Xian family. According to the Hunyuan sect's list, the ancestor of the Lu family was the inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. Furthermore, he was a silver inheritor. The Lu family was considered one of the strongest forces among the inheritors of the Hunyuan sect. As soon as Lu Ming moved, those who had been paying attention to Lu Ming immediately knew about it. Immediately, Countless people followed Lu Ming from afar. Where's Lu Ming going? This direction seems to be the direction of the Lu family. Could it be that Lu Ming is going to the Lu family? Many people secretly guessed. Now, it could be said that Lu Ming's every move was affecting people's hearts. The Lu family had also received the news early. The entire upper echelon of the Lu family was alarmed. Some of the Lu family's founding members who were in seclusion came out one after another. The Lu family fell into a tense atmosphere. Lu Ming was coming to the Lu family? Could it be that someone in the Lu family had offended Lu Ming? The upper echelons of the Lu family were extremely anxious. Lu Ming's speed was neither fast nor slow. Soon he arrived at the Lu family. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a large group of figures flew out of the Lu family. Some of the leaders were white-haired old men. They were all experts of the Lu family, and there were more than a dozen great emperors. Little brother Lu Ming, we're honored by your presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The Lu family head stepped forward and cupped his fists repeatedly with a smile on his face. He was very polite. Not to mention other things, Lu Ming's strength alone was worthy of him being polite. Now, no one would treat Lu Ming as a young junior. Instead, they would treat him as a powerful emperor with unfathomable abilities. You're welcome. Lu Ming cupped his fists casually. I wonder what brings little brother Lu Ming to my Lu family? The Lu family head asked tentatively. I want to see Lu Gao. Lu Ming said bluntly. Lu Gao was the ancestor of the Lu family. You want to see the ancestor? The Lu family head's expression changed. I can't? Lu Ming said. Of course you can. However, the ancestor is in seclusion. We can inform him. Little brother Lu Ming can come in and have a seat first. How about it? The Lu family head said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed the Lu family's people into the Lu family's residence. The Lu family head immediately served delicious wine and delicacies. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This was the change brought about by strength. If he didn't have the battle with the Mu family and didn't have the reputation and strength, Lu Ming would probably be slapped to death by the Lu family's experts if he rashly went to the Lu family and asked to see their ancestor. But now, the other party wanted to serve him politely. He just had to wait. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait for too long. The Lu family head and the others followed an old man with a face full of wrinkles. I'm Lu Gao. Greetings, little brother Lu. The old man greeted with a smile as soon as he arrived. This old man was the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Gao. He was also the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect. Obviously, he had heard about Lu Ming, which was why he was so polite. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming also smiled slightly. Little brother Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Lu Gao asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. Senior, do you remember what this is? A token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This token was the gold successor token of the Hunyuan sect. Seeing this token, Lu Gao's expression suddenly changed and he blurted out, the gold successor of the Hunyuan sect. Senior, do you still remember the oath back then? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Lu Gao's expression changed rapidly. With his cultivation, the oath back then couldn't restrain him at all. He could completely break free from the shackles of the oath. However, the person in front of him was Lu Ming, an unparalleled genius who had just annihilated the Mu family. Moreover, behind him stood several terrifying celestial emperors. He had to be cautious. Lu Gao naturally remembers the oath back then. After saying that, Lu Gao moved and a token appeared in his hand. It was the silver successor token of the Hunyuan sect. Lu Ming didn't say anything and waited for Lu Gao to continue. Chapter 2402. I sensed the appearance of a gold inheritor decades ago, but I didn't expect it to be you. I'm Lu Gao. Greetings, young master. After that, Lu Gao cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. On the side, the Lu family head and the others were dumbfounded. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Please rise. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Gao's action was equivalent to surrendering to Lu Ming. What are you waiting for? Bow to the young master. From now on, the Lu family will follow the young master's lead. If the young master has any orders in the future, the Lu family will follow him to death. Lu Gao looked at the Lu family head and the others. So it's the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. The Lu family's upper echelons had already guessed what was going on. They looked at each other and then bowed to Lu Ming. If an ordinary genius came with the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor token, they would have driven him out even if they didn't kill him on the spot. However, Lu Ming was different. Lu Ming's talent was too amazing. Now that his strength was unparalleled, his future was limitless. It was not impossible for the Lu family to submit to Lu Ming. Everyone, please rise. Lu Ming hurriedly helped the Lu family's upper echelons up. Since the other party was willing to submit to him, it was natural that they had taken a fancy to his strength and potential. Naturally, he would not put on an overbearing appearance. Just remember this. I still have to go somewhere else. Goodbye. After saying that, Lu Ming directly stepped into the air and left. After Lu Ming and the others came out, many people were speculating. They didn't know what happened to Lu Ming in the Lu family. Lu Ming didn't stay. Soon, he left Aeon City and went to his next target. Tianwen sect, a huge force in the Divine Land. Its strength was not inferior to the Lu family. An ancestor of the Tianwen sect was also a silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. After Lu Ming's arrival, everyone in the Tianwen sect was polite. This trip was also very successful. The patriarch of the Tianwen sect was willing to submit. The main reason was that he had killed a heavenly emperor in the Battle of Aeon City. This was too much of a deterrent. Those sects and forces did not dare to resist at all. If Lu Ming wanted to destroy them in a fit of anger, they would not be able to resist. Following that, Lu Ming went to one force after another according to the list. There were both big and small powers, and they were not limited to the Divine Fate Land. There were also other regions. Lu Ming used a full 3 months to visit all of these forces. In the past 3 months, Lu Ming had almost traveled all over the Yuan continent. None of those forces dared to rebel. They all obediently submitted. This way, Lu Ming's invisible power was already extremely terrifying. It spread throughout the Yuan continent. At that time, as long as Lu Ming waved his arm, experts would gather and shake the world. After settling these matters, Lu Ming returned to Celestial City and asked Autumn Moon to stay in Celestial City. It's time to get rid of the nation of death. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He would not be at ease if he did not get rid of this force. At that moment, he brought Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei Yi back to the Divine Fate Land. After arriving at the Divine Fate Land, Lu Ming followed the memories of the Nation of Death's assassin and headed towards a barren place. Here, they found a remote teleportation formation. Through this teleportation formation, they arrived at a hidden cave. However, this was far from their destination. They left the cave and went to a secluded place tens of thousands of miles away. They found another teleportation formation and teleported away. Just like that, they were teleported 9 times. After the 9th teleportation, they finally arrived at their destination. Below the ground, a huge plaza suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei appeared. Who are you people? As soon as Lu Ming and the rest appeared, they heard a cold shout. Lu Ming looked around and saw a few figures around the plaza. They were looking at them in shock. We are the ones who will kill you, Lu Ming said coldly and threw out a punch. These few people had just entered the martial emperor realm. How could they block Lu Ming's punch? They were directly smashed into pieces. What a huge city! Lu Ming and the rest looked ahead. In front of them, a huge city stood there. The city walls were inlaid with glowing stones, giving the place some light. This ancient city was underground. It was the ancient city in the Nation of Death's assassins' memories, the headquarters of the Nation of Death. The place where they were now was a plaza in front of the ancient city's gate. Enemy attack! At that moment, a sharp cry came from the ancient city, startling the entire city. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the ancient city, there were constantly black shadows flashing. They were all assassins from the Nation of Death. Today, we will destroy the Nation of Death. Lu Ming took the lead and stepped forward. The group moved quickly and approached the ancient city in an instant. There were no defensive arrays in the ancient city. The nation of death had never been found in the countless years. Naturally, there was no need for any defensive arrays. They easily passed through the city walls. Kill them. As soon as they entered the ancient city, sharp sword glows stabbed at them from all directions. However, these sword lights all stopped halfway. Bubbles used the space-time law to freeze them in the air. Return. Bubbles waved his small hand and these sword lights shot back at an even faster speed than before. Blood splattered and miserable screams filled the air. Dozens of black-clothed assassins died on the spot, stabbed to death by their own sword lights. However, in the ancient city, black shadows flashed and more assassins rushed over. Lu Ming's body emitted 17 different kinds of light. These lights condensed into spear lights that shot out in all directions. At the same time, Bubbles and Dandan also attacked. Attacks shot out in all directions. Puff. The black-clothed assassins were killed continuously. Their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. The strongest among these assassins was only a true emperor. Naturally, they were not a match for Bubbles and were killed in large numbers. 2E and Lei did not attack. They were brought here as a precaution. There was no need for them to take care of these assassins. They moved forward like tigers in a flock of sheep. The assassins in black were killed by them continuously. They continued to advance towards the center of the city. Retreat! A voice came from the center of the city. In an instant, the black-clothed assassins retreated rapidly and disappeared without a trace. However, there was a terrifying killing intent in the center of the city. 1, 2, 3, there were more than 30 auras, and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Every one of them emitted an extremely cold, murderous intent. Great emperors! These auras belonged to great emperors. Chapter 2403. Sush. In the depths of the Death God Nation's ancient city, there were more than 30 great emperors. Lu Ming! When they saw Lu Ming's appearance, someone exclaimed. The martial monarchs came to a stop. Their eyes were filled with terror. They did not expect Lu Ming to be the one who made it here. The Death God Nation naturally knew about the battle in Aeon City. They did not expect Lu Ming to find the headquarters of the Death God Nation. They looked at 2E and Lei Yi who were behind Lu Ming and were even more terrified. Retreat, get out of here! One of them shouted and retreated quickly. There were heavenly emperors around Lu Ming. How were they going to fight? They would die if they went up to fight. Now, they only wanted to escape from here. Senior 2E, Senior Lei Yi, sorry to trouble you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to 2E and Lei Yi. There were so many great emperors. If he wanted to kill them all, he could only ask 2E and Lei Yi for help. I can do it alone. Lei Yi was the first to speak. He then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. 2E smiled and did not make a move. Zzz. After Lei Yi rushed out, the sky was suddenly filled with endless lightning. Bolts of lightning that were thicker than an arm covered the sky like a spider web and blasted towards the 30 great emperors. These bolts of lightning were not ordinary bolts of lightning. They were superpowers that Lei Yi condensed with the heavenly Tao. Bam, bam. Those great emperors were struck by the lightning. They did not even have time to scream before they were blasted into ashes. Ordinary great emperors would be killed instantly when facing a heavenly emperor. More than 30 great emperor realm assassins were slaughtered in an instant. All of you die. Lei did not stop there. He waved his hand and a ball of lightning appeared in the sky. This ball of lightning floated in the sky above the ancient city. It then exploded and turned into countless bolts of lightning. They were like raindrops as they blasted towards the assassins in the ancient city. Bam, bam, bam. In an instant, countless assassins in the ancient city were killed by the lightning and turned into ashes. It was unknown how many assassins there were in the headquarters of the Grim Reaper Nation, but at this moment, almost all of them were wiped out. And, at this moment, a cold light flashed in Lei Yi's eyes as he headed towards the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming and the others quickly followed. Bush. In the depths of the ancient city, 7 or 8 figures were moving rapidly in another direction at an incredible speed. Peak Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart trembled. These 7 to 8 figures were all peak Great Emperors. The Death Kingdom's strength was truly terrifying. One should know that a great force like the Mu clan only had 2 peak Great Emperors. In Death Kingdom, there were a total of 8 peak Great Emperors. Moreover, their speed was astonishing. If only Lu Ming and Dandan were here, they probably wouldn't be able to stop them. But now, with 2E Lei Yi and the others, it was different. You still want to run in front of me? Lei Yi sneered and took a step forward. His figure directly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. In an instant he caught up with the other party. Sizzle, lightning filled Lei Yi's hand, forming a lightning spear that pierced out. Quickly destroy that crystal pagoda. At this moment, one of the 8 people shouted. Bam! In the next moment, the 8 people were pierced by the lightning spear. Although the 8 of them were peak Great Emperors, they were completely useless in the face of the heavenly Thearcha's attack. A few of them actually let out ear-piercing screams. A black shadow was violently twisting in their bodies. There was actually a third eye in between the eyebrows of this black shadow. Evil God Tribe. Seeing this black shadow, Lu Ming was shocked. In an instant he thought of many things. Back then, the Evil Spirit Sect and the Demon Spirit Sect were also founded by the Evil God Tribe. Obviously, the Death Kingdom was the same as the Evil Spirit Sect and the Demon Spirit Sect. They were all founded by the Evil God Tribe. No wonder they often assassinated the experts and geniuses of the primordial realm. Those figures twisted a few times, then turned into ashes and dissipated. Crystal Pagoda. In the next moment, Lu Ming thought of the Crystal Pagoda. Before that Evil God Tribe expert died, he shouted, "Quickly destroy that Crystal Pagoda." Since an Evil God Tribe expert was still thinking about it, that Crystal Pagoda must be very important. Find that Crystal Pagoda. Lu Ming shouted. Found it. Bubbles spoke. Then she waved her hands, and a space-time tunnel appeared in the air. On the other side of the space-time tunnel, there was a Crystal Pagoda that was about 3 meters tall. It was sparkling and covered with all kinds of runes. And 2 black-clothed assassins were rushing toward the Crystal Pagoda. Obviously, they wanted to destroy the Crystal Pagoda. Don't even think about it in front of me. Sizzle, Lei Yi directly rushed through the space-time tunnel. 2 bolts of lightning burst out and killed the 2 black-clothed assassins. Then Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles, and 2E also rushed through the space-time tunnel and arrived at the Crystal Pagoda. The Crystal Pagoda was densely covered with runes, dazzling and colorful. What is this? Lu Ming looked at it carefully and was a little puzzled. Could it be the array foundation of a great array? So it's this kind of thing. Dandan touched his chin and looked like he was in deep thought. Dandan, do you know what this is? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I know. This is the oldest kind of message transmission tool. It's almost lost now. It seems like the Evil God Tribe still has this kind of message transmission tool. Dandan said. Message transmission tool? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and said, Dandan, can you decipher the message inside? The message transmission tool of the Evil God Tribe. For the Evil God Tribe to value it so much, there might be some incredible news inside. Young Master, I'll go and get rid of the remaining assassins. Lei Yi's figure swayed and left. As for Dandan, he started to wander around the Crystal Pagoda and started to study it. After a while, Lei Yi returned. Obviously, he had gotten rid of all the assassins and even brought back all the storage rings of the assassins. This was an incomparably huge harvest. The Death God Nation had been accumulating resources for so many years. Now all of them belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept all of them. If the Dragon Alliance wanted to develop in the future, they would definitely need a huge amount of resources. The more they accumulated now, the better. Dandan continued to study. After a few hours, Dandan started to take action. Runes entered the Crystal Pagoda one after another. Open. After Dandan circled the Crystal Pagoda 360 times, he bellowed and took a step forward. Countless runes covered the Crystal Pagoda. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from the Crystal Pagoda. The top of the Crystal Pagoda shone brightly. Then, streams of information spread out from the crystal pagoda. It was very strange. They stood at the side of the crystal pagoda and could clearly see the information. In fact, there were even images that appeared. This is, when Lu Ming came into contact with some of the information, his eyes widened and he was shocked. Chapter 2404. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw some of the information and pictures in the crystal pagoda. Not only Lu Ming, but Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei Yi were also shocked and in disbelief. From the information in the crystal pagoda, they understood that the other tribes wanted to open a huge passageway to the primordial realm. Yes, the other tribes had been carrying out this plan for many years. A picture appeared in the crystal pagoda. In this picture, there was an unknown region where countless alien races were gathered. They were setting up a massive array formation, and the foundation of this array formation was some white bones. With these white bones as the foundation, a huge passageway was opened. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing this picture, Bubbles kept crying out. She appeared to be very indignant, anxious, and furious. The bones of a space-time spirit mouse. Damn it, the other tribes obtained the bones of the previous generation of space-time spirit mice and used them to open a passageway. Dandan also roared angrily. The bones of a space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming understood everything. It seemed that after the death of the previous generation of space-time spirit mice, their corpses fell into the hands of the other tribes. Space-time spirit mice could control space-time and use space-time to the extreme. Every drop of blood and hair on their bodies were related to space-time. The other tribes used the bones of the space-time spirit mice to set up a large formation. It was indeed possible to open a huge and stable passageway in the boundless void that could allow a large number of other tribes to pass through. And the destination of this passageway was the primordial realm. Where is it? Lu Ming became anxious and continued to read the information in the crystal pagoda. Not long after, they made a discovery. On a huge island, there were black-robed figures flashing. In the sky, there was a huge vortex. Obviously, the people from the Nation of Death were cooperating with the evil god tribe to open a passageway in the primordial realm. It's overseas. Not long after, they finally arrived at the specific location. It was not on the primordial realm, but overseas. This crystal pagoda actually hid such a secret. No wonder that other tribe member wanted to destroy it even when he was dying. Lu Ming and the others were secretly scared. If the other tribes opened this passageway and invaded, the primordial realm would be finished. Once the primordial realm was destroyed, the Grand Clarity Celestial Domain would also be in danger. After carefully examining the information in the crystal pagoda, they finally stopped. Let's go. Let's kill the people from the Death God Nation first. Then, we'll inform the experts of the Heaven Realm and have them send people to guard that place. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was secretly afraid. Fortunately, they found out. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill, we must kill them, chirp chirp. Bubble also cried out, waving his arms and legs with a ferocious look. The previous generation's space-time spirit mouse was equivalent to Bubble's mother. But now, after her death, her bones were being used by the outsiders to torment her. It would be strange if she wasn't filled with killing intent. Once the plan was set, they immediately left the place and flew towards the north. According to the information they had gathered, the destination of the other tribe's passageway was the boundless sea to the north of Yuanlu. That place, like the divine wilderness continent, was known as the Barren Land. However, that place wasn't as remote as the divine wilderness continent, and it wasn't as far from Yuanlu as the divine wilderness continent. 2E and Lei Yi led Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubble to the north of Yu. With their heavenly emperor realm cultivation, their speed was simply too fast. Not long after, they left the Yuan continent and arrived at the boundless ocean. They followed the sea and headed north. 2 days later, they finally approached their destination. There was a huge island in front of them. Rather than calling it an island, it was better to call it a continent. A continent like the divine wilderness continent. Its surface area was even bigger than the divine wilderness continent. However, compared to Yuanlu, it was like an island. Above the island, A huge vortex was suspended there, enveloping the entire island. It could be seen that once the passageway was opened, it would be huge. In an instant, countless evil god tribe members would rush in. From afar, they could see shadows flickering on the island. They were all assassins from the Death God Nation. Looking at the situation, that passageway shouldn't have been opened yet. The Death God Nation is cooperating with the evil god tribe to open the passageway as soon as possible. Dandan said softly. Let's attack and kill the people from the Death God Nation first, then destroy the formation here. Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Swoosh, swoosh. They moved. They didn't hide anymore and rushed towards the island. In a few breaths' time, they were close to the island. There's someone. Oh no, we've been discovered. Kill them. Black-clothed men rose from the island. There were more than 1,000 of them and they attacked Lu Ming and the others. Swoosh, swoosh. More than 1,000 sword lights came from all directions and attacked Lu Ming and the others like raindrops. Lei Yi shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. Endless thunderbolts formed and covered the sky like a spider web. They rushed towards the black-clothed men. Those black-clothed men couldn't resist at all and were killed instantly. From afar, the black-clothed men looked like thousands of mosquitoes that landed on the ground. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly and rushed into the island. This island was really huge. It was like a continent. There were countless assassins from the Death God Nation on this island. Obviously, the other creatures on this island had been killed by them long ago. As Lu Ming and the others went deeper into the island, black-clothed men rushed out from all over the island. Humans of the primordial realm, kill! Suddenly, roars sounded. In the depths of the island, burly figures rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were extremely shocking. Great emperors! There were at least dozens of great emperors rushing towards them. The most shocking thing was that these great emperors were actually from the evil god tribe. How could there be so many people from the evil god tribe in the primordial realm? Oh no, that passage might have been torn open a little. That's why some evil god tribe members entered. Dandan's expression changed and became extremely solemn. If that was really the case, then this passage was not far from being completely opened. In an instant, those evil god tribe members had already rushed over. Die for me! The Great Baron's spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Great Baron's spear shook and spear lights flew out, instantly killing several great emperors. At the same time, Tu Yi and the others also attacked. With 2 heavenly emperors attacking, the great emperors were no match at all and were constantly killed. However, more figures flew out from the depths of the island. They were all from the evil god tribe. Their numbers were huge and shocking. Judging from their auras, there were more than 100 great emperors. And the number was still increasing. The number of peak great emperors was not small. Kill as many as come. Tu Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The meteor hammer appeared in his hand and emitted a terrifying aura. Boom! The meteor hammer suddenly blasted out like a planet smashing forward. Chapter 2405. The meteor hammer was a heavenly Dao weapon and was extremely terrifying. Under Tu Yi's control, its power was even more shocking. This attack was like an incomparably huge star smashing out. If it hit the ground, this island would be shattered. Heavenly Dao weapon, it's the Heavenly Emperor. Not good. The expressions of those evil god tribe members changed drastically as they retreated rapidly. But how could their speed be faster than the meteor hammer? It looked like the meteor hammer was about to hit them. People of the primordial realm, how dare you kill the experts of my tribe? You're courting death. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the island. Then, an incomparably huge palm stretched out from the depths of the island. This palm was covered with pitch-black scales that covered the sky and the sun. It collided with the meteor hammer. Boom! It was like the end of the world. After an extremely violent boom, the meteor hammer actually trembled and was struck back by this palm. As for that palm, it was completely fine. After colliding with the Heavenly Dao weapon, there was actually nothing wrong with the palm. Not even a single scale fell off. That palm stretched back, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This was a member of the evil god tribe, and his entire body was covered with black scales. He looked like an ordinary member of the evil god tribe, but his body shape was very different from ordinary members of the evil god tribe. Ordinary members of the evil god tribe were all tall and burly, but this member of the evil god tribe was about the same as an ordinary person. Moreover, his physique was well-proportioned and slender. Other than the scales all over his body and the third eye between his brows, he was no different from a human. However, the aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying and powerful. Not good, it's a peerless expert. Tu Yi's expression changed drastically as he roared. There was actually a peerless expert here. Only existences above the level of a 4-star heavenly emperor could be called peerless experts. The peerless expert of the evil god tribe shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, his palm rapidly enlarged and pressed down on Tu. At the same time, a beam of destructive light burst forth from his third eye. It turned into a destructive battle sword and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Tu Yi unleashed his full strength and controlled the meteor hammer to attack. As for Lei, he opened his mouth and a battle sword that shone with lightning flew out. It emitted a terrifying aura and attacked the evil god tribe member. This was Lei Yi's Heavenly Dao soldier. The Primal Chaos Palace originally had 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. One was with Lightning One and the other was with Gold One. Boom, boom. Thunder One and Earth One were blocked by 2 consecutive terrifying explosions. They couldn't do anything to each other. Heavenly Dao soldiers, 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers. Ha, my luck is not bad. They are all mine. The supreme expert of the evil god race laughed uproariously. He unleashed his full strength and attacked Tu One and Lei One. Tu Yi and Lei Yi also unleashed their full strength and engaged in a fierce battle with the other party. However, it was difficult to determine the winner in such a short period of time. The 2 of them were entangled and unable to escape. Young master, leave quickly. Tu Yi roared. This time, it was impossible for them to destroy the other party. Things had gone beyond their expectations. The outsiders had actually managed to tear open a hole in the passageway. Not only were there a large number of experts entering, there was even a supreme expert among them. This peerless powerhouse had the cultivation of a 4-star heavenly emperor, incomparably powerful. Tu One and Lei One's cultivation were both 2-star heavenly emperors. Even with the Heavenly Dao soldiers, the 2 of them could only barely protect themselves against the other party. This was also because the other party didn't have any Heavenly Dao soldiers. If the other party also had Heavenly Dao soldiers, they would be dead for sure. The only thing they could do now was to delay the other party and let Lu Ming and the rest escape so that they could pass the news to the Heaven Domain. Tu One, Lei One, Lu Ming roared. Leave quickly, young master. We must leave. The news here must be spread. Don't worry about us. We have our own ways to escape. Lei One also shouted. Let's go. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He turned around and left. However, at this moment, large groups of evil god tribe members had already surrounded them. Wave after wave of attacks were launched towards them. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he continuously swept out his spear. Bang, bang. The bodies of those who were swept by Lu Ming's long spear exploded, regardless of whether it was a true emperor or a great emperor. An abnormally burly evil god race held a battle axe and exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. A terrifying force surged over. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat. Peak Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, if he went all out, he could contend against a 6-star Great Emperor. However, he was definitely not a match for a peak Great Emperor. In addition, Dandan and Bubble had also encountered a strong enemy. Bubble's cultivation had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm. In such a battle, he wouldn't be of much use. He stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and supported Lu Ming. As for Dandan, he was surrounded by several peak Great Emperors. However, Dandan's battle strength was extremely strong. He completely suppressed those few peak Great Emperors and forced them to retreat. Swoosh. Suddenly, Dandan gave up on attacking. His figure flashed as he charged towards Lu Ming's side. With one move, he sent the evil god race member who attacked Lu Ming flying. The evil god race member coughed out blood. "Lu Ming, follow me and charge out." Dandan shouted and charged forward. Every time he attacked, it was like a world was blasted out. Even peak great emperors couldn't block it. Bang, bang. A few peak great emperors were sent flying by Dandan and coughed out blood. Everyone stopped them. "Don't let them escape." The evil god race's expert shouted, "Kill! Kill them!" A large group of evil god race members charged over and charged towards Lu Ming and the others without any regard for their lives. Bubble waved his small hands continuously, wanting to seal the space-time and block those evil god race members. Unfortunately, Bubble's cultivation was too weak. Those below the Great Emperor level were blocked by him, but those above the Great Emperor level, especially those high-level Great Emperors, Bubble couldn't block them at all. The evil god race members struggled and broke free from Bubble's space-time power. As for those peak Great Emperors, they ignored Bubble's space-time power and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. There were too many of them. Although Dandan's battle strength was strong and could suppress experts of the same level, there were too many of them. Under the constant attacks, Dandan couldn't take it anymore. In just a short while, there were at least 10 peak Great Emperors surrounding Dandan. Their path was blocked and it was difficult for them to charge out. Rumble! At this moment, the whirlpool above the island let out a deafening roar. It was as if someone was attacking the passage with all their might, wanting to break through and come here. Lu Ming and the others became anxious. If there were even stronger evil god race members coming over, they would really be finished. Dandan roared and transformed into his true form. His attack power was even stronger. A peak great emperor from the evil god race was careless and was hit by Dandan. His body and soul were directly destroyed. However, at the same time, dozens of attacks landed on Dandan's body. These attacks were all from 6-star Great Emperors or even peak Great Emperors. With so many attacks, even though Dandan's defense was shocking, he couldn't take it and was forced to retreat. Chapter 2406. Let's kill the two weaker ones first. An evil god tribe member shouted. Instantly, 2 peak Emperor Realm evil god tribe members went around Dandan and charged towards Lu Ming and Bubble. Before they even arrived, 2 terrifying rays of destructive light had already shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength as 17 types of laws covered his body. His muscles trembled as he swung his great desolation spear. Boom! Boom! The 2 rays of destructive light struck the great desolation spear. The great desolation spear shook violently as the power of laws on it crumbled. The 2 rays of energy surged towards Lu Ming, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as wounds appeared on his body. Against 2 peak Emperor Realm experts, Lu Ming was no match for them and was injured in one move. Fortunately, Lu Ming's defense was amazing and he was using the indestructible ancient scripture. His injuries were recovering rapidly and it didn't affect his battle strength much. What should I do? Lu Ming thought quickly. With his current strength, he couldn't defeat a peak Emperor Realm expert. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body didn't have much energy stored. If he wanted to deal with a peak Emperor Realm expert, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had to be at 100% energy or it would be useless. Under such circumstances, even if the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was at 100% energy, it would be useless as there were too many of them. At this moment, there were close to 20 peak Emperor Realm experts and there were even more Emperor Realm experts of other realms. In the depths of the island, there were still foreign races rushing over. There was an army of foreign races stationed on this island. Lu Ming still had the Fallen Star Bow, but Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the true Emperor realm. Even if he used the Fallen Star Bow, it wouldn't be of much use. In addition, Lu Ming still had the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Unfortunately, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron's energy seemed to have been depleted after the previous battle. All these years, there was no movement from it at all. Lu Ming couldn't control it. Now, he only had one trump card and that was his third bloodline. In the past, he didn't dare to use his third bloodline because it was too evil. Its power seemed to be limitless. But every time he used the power of his third bloodline, he felt like he would be corroded by the power of his third bloodline and become a killing puppet. However, in today's situation he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, they would all have to stay here. Someone had to escape and spread the news. Otherwise, the safety of the Heaven's origin sector and all of Lu Ming's family and friends would be at stake. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes flashed viciously. With a thought, his third bloodline appeared, and a surge of power poured out of it into Lu Ming's body. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's mind was filled with roars, as a cold, murderous intent was emitted from Lu Ming's body. His eyes had turned blood red, and so had his hair. Bush, bush. Lu Ming thrust out his spear twice. 2 streaks of spear light clashed with the 2 peak heavenly emperors of the evil god tribe. With 2 loud explosions, Lu Ming's figure swayed and he retreated a few steps. However, the attacks of the 2 evil god tribe members were also blocked by Lu Ming. What is this? Doubt and seriousness flashed in the eyes of the 2 evil god tribe members. Lu Ming's sudden increase in power puzzled them. Not enough, still not enough. Again. Lu Ming roared in his heart. More energy from his third bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's murderous intent to become even stronger. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and charged toward the 2 evil god tribe members. This time, Lu Ming's power had increased greatly, completely suppressing the 2 evil god tribe members. The 2 evil god tribe members were sent flying by Lu Ming. However, they were not seriously injured and only suffered some light injuries. Not enough, still not enough. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Today, borrowing a bit of power was far from enough. He needed to have overwhelming power to escape. Boom. The third bloodline was like a boundless sea of blood, filled with boundless power. At this moment, the sea of blood was churning as waves of power surged into Lu Ming's body. Blood mist kept spreading out from Lu Ming's body. Bone spikes even appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's appearance became incomparably ferocious. Bubbles was shocked and flew away from Lu Ming's body. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was extremely anxious. Bubbles had seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Back then, Lu Ming had almost lost himself and become a killing puppet. Bubbles, leave quickly. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, his willpower was severely challenged. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. He only retained a trace of willpower to control himself. Next, Lu Ming let out a roar and charged towards Dandan. At this moment, Lu Ming kept his great spear of the wilderness. This was because his claws had become extremely sharp. Kill. Lu Ming roared and clawed at a foreign race peak great emperor. This foreign race peak great emperor couldn't resist at all. Lu Ming broke through his attack and defense. Then Lu Ming grabbed his body and tore it into 2. Next, Lu Ming charged towards the other foreign races. Saint Ancestor Sha Xin, it's Saint Ancestor Sha Xin. Saint Ancestor Sha Xin is still alive. Ha, we must take down that kid. In the sky, on the other side of the passageway, an excited voice could be heard. Then, the passageway shook violently. The weather changed as though it was going to be torn apart at any moment. When the foreign races heard this voice, they became even crazier and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. His claws were like knives as he pounced forward. One by one, the foreign races were torn apart by Lu Ming. Even a peak great emperor couldn't stop Lu Ming. Those below the peak great emperor level couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. They were all killed by Lu Ming in groups. Dandan, Bubbles, charge out with me. Lu Ming roared and charged forward with all his might. Wherever he passed, the foreign races would fall. He had carved out a path of blood. At this moment, Bubbles flew to Dandan. Dandan carried her and followed behind Lu Ming as they charged out together. Don't even think about leaving. The exceptional expert who was fighting with 2E and Lei Yi shouted. He wanted to give up on 2E and Lei Yi and charge towards Lu Ming. However, 2E and Lei didn't care about their lives. They pushed the power of the Heaven Dao soldiers to the maximum and chased after the other party. It wasn't easy for the other party to escape. Rip. At this moment, the passageway in the sky let out a loud roar. Then an opening was forcefully torn open. One could see that there were two hands on both sides of the opening. They opened the opening and tore with all their might. The opening slowly became bigger and turned into a space crack. Boom! A towering figure suddenly charged out from the crack and appeared in the sky above the island. The towering figure was burly and was covered in purple scales. He was emitting a terrifying aura. Heaven Emperor. This was a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. Although this foreign race wasn't as powerful as the exceptional expert, he was indeed a Heaven Emperor realm elite. Oh no! 2E, Lei, Dandan and the rest were shocked. Chapter 2407. At the critical moment, a Heavenly Emperor of the foreign races had forcefully crossed the void and descended from the other world. Even an ordinary Heavenly Emperor might be able to change the outcome of the battle. The foreign race's eyes were ferocious as he looked at Lu Ming and Dandan. He took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming's group. Boom! A huge mace appeared in his hand as he swung it at Lu Ming. Before the mace arrived, the terrifying force had already caused Dandan, Lu Ming, and the others to have difficulty breathing. Dandan and Lu Ming attacked at the same time. Dandan opened his mouth and spat out a small world. Lu Ming punched out with both fists, forming a blood-red fist energy that blasted towards the mace. Boom! Boom! Two consecutive explosions sounded. Dandan's small world shook violently and flew back into Dandan's body. Dandan's body was pushed back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's fist force was also defeated. His body retreated rapidly, as though his entire body was about to be torn apart. The Heavenly Emperor was too strong. With Lu Ming's current strength, although he could kill a peak-grade emperor, he was still no match for a Heavenly Emperor. All of you die. The foreign race's Heavenly Emperor's eyes were ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming's group. That kid has the bloodline of the Saint Ancestor Sha Exin. You can't kill him. Take him away. Kill the rest without mercy. Another voice sounded from the other side of the passage. The foreign race's Heavenly Emperor's eyes flashed as he swung his mace at Dandan. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming rushed over and blocked the attack, but his injuries worsened. Rumble. At this moment, the passage shook violently as the crack grew larger. At this moment, another figure rushed out from the crack. This was another foreign race's expert. Judging from his aura, he was also a Heavenly Emperor. Damn it! 2, Lei, and the others roared anxiously. The outsiders were going all out, constantly sending their experts over. That tunnel hadn't been fully opened yet. If the non-humankind forcibly sent their powerful warriors over, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price. But the outsiders didn't seem to care. It's over. I'm going to die here today. Dandan looked up at the sky and sighed. With two foreign race Heavenly Emperors appearing consecutively, they could not escape. Surrender. The Heavenly Monarch laughed and swung his mace towards Lu Ming and the others again. The foreign race that came later also charged over. If this goes on, I'll go all out. Power, power, I need power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. As you wish. A cold voice came from the third bloodline. The sea of blood surged, forming a giant human face. Rumble. More and more power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength was rising steadily. This brat. The eyes of the two foreign race Heavenly Emperors revealed a solemn look. It's the power of Saint Ancestor Sha Exin. Peck, take him down. A dignified voice came from the other side of the tunnel. Rumble. That tunnel shook even more violently. The foreign race seemed to be worried and wanted to send more experts over. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming looked up at the sky and roared. At this moment, his will was completely drowned by endless killing intent. At this moment, there was only endless killing intent in Lu Ming's heart. There was nothing else. He forgot everything and was completely controlled by instinct, controlled by killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared and charged towards the two foreign race Heavenly Emperors. The two foreign race Heavenly Emperors' faces were solemn. Not daring to hold back, they unleashed their full strength and fought with Lu Ming. Continuous rumbles came. The two foreign race Heavenly Emperors were locked in battle with Lu Ming. The foreign race heavenly emperors were actually blocked by Lu Ming. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was extremely anxious. It's over. This brat is completely controlled by killing intent. Dandan was also extremely anxious. Little guy, we must rush out. If no one rushes out, then everything is really over. Dandan transmitted his voice to Bubbles and then rushed out with all his might. However, there were too many foreign races. They kept rushing towards Dandan, blocking Dandan's path. They were completely in a passive position. 2E and Lei E were blocked. Lu Ming and the two foreign race heavenly emperors were fighting fiercely. Dandan and the rest were also blocked. If this continued, they would be left behind sooner or later. Power, power. Lu Ming had already lost his consciousness, only his instincts. He instinctively wanted to tear apart the enemies in front of him and kill all the living beings in front of him. Therefore, the third bloodline still poured an endless stream of power into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's power became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with the two foreign race heavenly emperors. But slowly, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand and started suppressing the two foreign race heavenly emperors. The two foreign race heavenly emperors were beaten back repeatedly by Lu Ming. Pork. One of the foreign race heavenly emperors was careless and was swept by Lu Ming's sharp claws. A large piece of flesh was immediately torn off, making that foreign race heavenly emperor's expression change wildly, retreating repeatedly. Kill. Lu Ming roared and swept out his claw gleams. The surrounding foreign races below the heavenly emperor level were swept and directly exploded, turning into the ashes dissipated. It scared those foreign races below heavenly emperor until they retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach Lu Ming at all. Trash, all of you are trash. An angry roar came from that passageway. On the other side of the passageway, on the other side of the endless void, was another world. The world of the foreign races, the evil god realm. In a vast and uninhabited place of the evil god race, there was an incomparably huge array here. The array base of this array was condensed from the bones of a space-time spirit mouse and was covered with endless runes. At this moment, several foreign races stood high up in the sky. These foreign races looked no different from humans in appearance. They had a head of purple hair and a third eye at the center of their brows. This was the royal family of the evil god race. Behind these royal family members of the evil god race was a densely packed and endless foreign race army. Above that huge array was an incomparably huge passageway. The range was several times larger than the vortex on Lu Ming's side. At this moment, there were at least several dozen foreign race powerhouses borrowing the power of the array to bombard the passageway, wanting to open a gap. We must bring back Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's bloodline. Once Saint Ancestor Shah Xian revives, our race will be invincible in the world. Conquering the heaven realm is just around the corner. One of the royal family members of the evil god race in the middle spoke. This person had a square face and was filled with dignity. It was as if he controlled supreme power. That's right. We must bring back Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's bloodline. It seems like we need to make a trip personally. Beside that royal family member of the evil god race were two other royal family members of the evil god race. At this moment, one of them spoke. All right. The royal family member of the evil god race in the middle nodded and then said, continue to increase the number of crystals, regardless of the cost. Instantly, the foreign races flew out one after another. A sea of crystals flew into the array. The array shone brightly and its power became even stronger. Swish. Swish. Chapter 2408. At this time, the great battle already entered the climax. Lu Ming completely suppressed the two foreign race heavenly emperors, his attacks getting fiercer and fiercer. Kill! Lu Ming shouted loudly. One of the foreign race heavenly emperors had his body grabbed by Lu Ming and tore with all his might, tearing that foreign race into two halves. Save me! That foreign race did not die, roaring loudly in horror. Bang! The other foreign race seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, retreating several steps in a row, and threw that foreign race's body out. That foreign race Heavenly Emperor's body fused together, his complexion pale. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses naturally would not die so easily, but they were also scared badly just now. The aura emanating from Lu Ming's body was too terrifying, the killing intent as cold as blades. If there were no other people to help, he would really die at Lu Ming's hands. The two foreign race Heavenly Emperors had ugly expressions. At this rate they would really die here. Rumble. At this time, that passageway started vibrating crazily, even more intensely than before. Then that crack became bigger and bigger. Following that, everyone saw two streaks of purple light rush out of the crack. The two streaks of purple light converged, revealing two figures. Two lords. Seeing the two figures, the two foreign race Heavenly Emperors were wild with joy. These two figures were precisely the foreign race's two royal race powerhouses. Nest, it's really over. Dandan cried out loudly. Originally, the foreign race powerhouses were too many. They could not resist at all. Now another two came. Furthermore, it was even two foreign race royal races. From the expressions of the two foreign race Heavenly Emperors, one could tell that these two foreign race royal races were absolutely very horrifying existences. A bunch of trash, move aside for me. One of the foreign race royal races stepped forward, a head of purple hair fluttering. His body suffused with a resplendent purple light. At the same time, he smacked a palm out. A purple palm was incomparably huge, suppressing down toward Lu Ming. That kind of aura was simply earth-shaking, making people's expressions change. Peerless powerhouse, this is a peerless powerhouse. Dandan couldn't help but exclaim. Today was really over. This foreign race royal was a peerless powerhouse above four-star Heavenly Emperor. His strength was even stronger than that peerless powerhouse from before, terrifying to the extreme. Apart from that, there was still a king of a foreign race who had yet to make a move, but his strength was definitely terrifying as well. However, in the face of this move, Lu Ming didn't panic at all. Or rather, he didn't know what panic was. In his heart, there was only death. Power, kill. Lu Ming roared madly, his instincts telling him to continuously borrow the power of his third bloodline. Tremendous power poured out of Lu Ming's third bloodline and into Lu Ming's body. Cracks began to appear on Lu Ming's body, and blood flowed out continuously. Lu Ming could not borrow the power of the third bloodline endlessly, because his physical strength was limited. If he used too much power, his body would explode. He could borrow such a powerful force to suppress a Heavenly Emperor, and it was all thanks to his strong physical body. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Now, Lu Ming had reached his limit. Lu Ming soared into the sky like a wild beast and punched the palm of the foreign race royal. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he flew back like a kite with a broken string. His body cracked, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the other party being merciful. The foreign race royal obviously didn't want to kill Lu Ming. They wanted to capture Lu Ming alive and keep him for great use. Stubborn resistance. The foreign race royal said coldly. He stretched out his hand again, and another palm pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared, not afraid at all, and fought against the other party again. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying again, and his injuries were even more serious. What are you all still standing there for? Go and kill those people. A space-time spirit mouse and a world turtle. Just nice to get rid of them. The foreign race royal who didn't make a move ordered coldly. The two foreign race Heavenly Emperors' faces changed, and they stepped out at the same time, charging towards Dandan and the others. The foreign race royal who didn't make a move went towards 2-1 and Lei 1. They wanted to end this battle once and for all. Right at this moment, Thikao's roar suddenly came from afar. The roar was earth-shattering, and it carried a terrifying power that swept over. Those low-level foreign races that were below the Great Emperor realm were blasted apart by the roar, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even the Great Emperor realm foreign races were struck by lightning. Their bodies cracked, and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. In an instant, who knew how many foreign races died on the spot? However, The strange thing was that Dandan and Bubbles were unharmed. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was jolted awake by this cry. His consciousness, which had been completely drowned by the murderous intent. He could barely discern his current situation. This roar, Lu Ming's heart was filled with joy. Old cow, it's that old cow. Ha, Dandan laughed maniacally. In the distance, a giant cow that was as tall as the sky was walking towards them. It seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually shockingly fast. In an instant, it was already in front of them. Moo! The giant cow roared again, and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards the foreign race royal and the foreign race heavenly emperors. The two ordinary foreign race heavenly emperors' faces changed drastically. They tried their best to resist, but they were still sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Titan Longhorn Bull, the foreign race royal who attacked Lu Ming, shouted angrily. His body glowed, and he struck out with his palms to resist the sound wave. Boom! Boom! Violent shockwaves rang out, and the foreign race royal's body trembled continuously. Titan Longhorn Bull. Yes, this giant cow was the Titan Longhorn Bull. Lu Ming had never thought that the Titan Longhorn Bull would dare to come to his aid at this critical moment. Wasn't the Titan Longhorn Bull guarding a forbidden land in the Tsong state? Why would it come here? You're just a seriously injured cow. Do you think you can save them by coming here? You'll die together with them today. The foreign race royal who didn't attack previously said coldly. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was even stronger than the foreign race royal who attacked previously. What if I join you? A figure suddenly appeared beside the Titan Longhorn Bull. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and thin, but he was handsome. His eyes were sharp, but they were filled with vicissitudes of life. However, he exuded an unfathomable aura. Juming, it's you. Ha, you're all here to save me, right? Ha. Dandan laughed maniacally. Interesting. 4 of the top 10 beasts of the heaven domain came today. Let's get rid of them together. The foreign race royal who didn't attack previously said coldly. His body glowed with purple light. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the tall and thin middle-aged man. The other foreign race royal charged towards the Titan Longhorn Bull. An incomparably intense battle unfolded. Go quickly. Chapter 2409. Lu Ming's body was covered in blood-red mist as he turned into a ray of light and charged towards the 2 heavenly emperors. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the other races would explode. The countenances of the 2 heavenly emperors from foreign races changed drastically. They did not seek to achieve anything but to avoid making any mistakes. The 2 of them joined forces to defend with all their might. However, they were still hit by Lu Ming's move until they vomited large mouthfuls of blood and almost died. Retreat! The Titan Longhorn Bull's voice resounded through the sky as its horns slashed towards the other party. You want to save people with your severely injured bodies? Don't even think about leaving today. The heavenly emperor roared as his body was drowned in purple light. He was extremely powerful as he fought with the Titan Longhorn Bull. If the Titan Longhorn Bull was at its peak in the ancient era, he wouldn't be its opponent. However, the Titan Longhorn Bull was severely injured in the ancient war and had yet to recover. He wasn't afraid at all. The Titan Longhorn Bull roared. Its roar shook the sky and the void collapsed. In the distance, 2E and Lei Yi were still fighting with a peerless heavenly emperor. However, at this moment, the Titan Longhorn Bull's roar rushed over. The peerless heavenly emperor's face changed as he tried his best to resist and took a few steps back. 2E and Lei Yi finally found an opportunity to escape and retreat 10,000 miles to Lu Ming's side. Young master, let's go. 2E roared. Let's go. Lu Ming was affected by the Titan Longhorn Bull and barely regained a trace of clarity. He also understood the current situation and it was best to retreat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They retreated quickly. Stay! Right at this moment, there was a loud shout in the sky. Then, the sky cracked open and a huge purple hand stretched out from the sky. It was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. It grabbed toward Lu Ming, Tu, Li, and the rest. The pressure was extremely strong and was the strongest expert Lu Ming had encountered so far. How is this possible? Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. The other party didn't attack through the passage but directly broke through the void. If the other party was in the fiend god realm, he could directly break through the void to attack. This kind of strength was too frightening. Oh no, a peak-level heavenly emperor, retreat! Dandan shouted. However, in the face of this huge palm, there was no way to retreat. Young master, leave now. Tu-Yi roared and unleashed all his strength. He pushed the meteor hammer to the limit and smashed it towards the giant hand. At the same time, Lei also activated the heavenly Dao weapon with all his strength to attack the big hand. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His entire body was covered in bone spikes, making him look extremely ferocious. He also attacked that large hand. With the three of them working together, their power was extremely powerful as they bombarded the purple hand. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive earth-shattering explosions erupted. The air waves whistled as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The 2 heavenly Dao soldiers shook violently and then flew back. Tu-1 and Lei-1 were shocked by the force and were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Lu Ming's body shook violently as well. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backwards. However, just as Lu Ming was about to fly backwards, the purple hand erupted with an incomparably powerful suction force, sucking him in and causing him to fly towards the purple hand instead. Not good. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the tall and thin man named Jiao Ming wanted to help, but they were entangled by the 2 foreign tribe royals. Swoosh! Lu Ming flew directly towards the palm of that large hand. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength, but it was useless. That large hand was sturdy and indestructible. Its power was extremely powerful and could not be blasted away at all. In the next moment, that large hand clenched and directly grabbed Lu Ming in its hand. At this moment, a terrifying and boundless power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled. What little consciousness he had also fell into a blur and lost consciousness. After that large hand grabbed Lu Ming, it retracted back. Young master! Tu-1 and Lei-1 roared, wanting to save him. Don't be rash. The person who attacked is a peak heavenly emperor. Although he attacked from an infinite distance and the power is greatly reduced, Lu Ming has already been captured by him. With our strength, we can't save him. Retreat first. The Titan Longhorn Beetle roared. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger. With a sudden roar, he forced the other party back repeatedly. Titan, you take them away first. I'll block the foreign tribes. The tall and thin middle-aged man said. The aura on his body also became stronger and stronger. The power of his attack was even more shocking. He actually forcefully blocked the 2 foreign tribe royals. With a heavily injured body, you can forget about recovering to your peak for the rest of your life. A foreign tribe royal roared angrily. However, the 2 of them were blocked by the tall and thin man. The Titan Longhorn Beetle's huge body charged towards Dandan and the rest. With a loud roar, even the foreign tribe peerless powerhouse at the beginning could not block it. His body trembled violently and he retreated repeatedly. The bodies of the 2 foreign tribe ordinary heavenly emperors exploded directly, their bodies and souls annihilated. A large number of foreign tribes below the heavenly emperor level died directly. The Titan Longhorn Beetle's huge body arrived beside Dandan and the rest. A surge of power swept them up and rushed towards Tu-1 and Lei-1. Big brother Lu Ming! Bubbles shouted, her eyes staring straight ahead. At this time, the big hand that grabbed Lu Ming had already retracted and disappeared into the eternal void. The Titan Longhorn Beetle also sighed secretly. It was not that he did not want to save them, but that he could not save them at all. The other party was too strong. He was a peak heavenly emperor existence, a true peak powerhouse. If he was at his peak, he could compete with the other party. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured in the ancient war and had not recovered yet. His strength was greatly reduced and he was no match for the other party at all. Let's go, inform the heavenly realm powerhouses and send someone to guard this place. The Titan Longhorn Beetle activated another surge of power and swept Tu-1 and Lei-1 into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Damn it. The two foreign tribe royals roared angrily and attacked crazily, wanting to kill the tall and thin man. However, the tall and thin man's strength was still above the Titan longhorn beetle. At this time, he did not care about his injuries and erupted with a shocking attack, repelling the two of them in one fell swoop. His figure swayed, shattered the void, and disappeared. The two foreign tribe royals' faces were extremely gloomy. The rest of you retreat to our world first. When the passage is fully opened, we will attack here. The heavenly realm and the primordial realm will fall into our hands sooner or later. One of the foreign tribe royals shouted loudly and then returned in a flash. Not long after, on a mountain peak in the primordial continent, Dandan, Bubbles, 2-1, Lay 1, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the tall and thin man gathered. Titan, Jiuming, thank you for saving me this time. Dandan sighed. I also inadvertently discovered the abnormality here, so I asked Titan to come with me. I didn't expect to encounter such a scene. The tall and thin man sighed. This tall and thin man was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 lives demonic silkworm. Big brother Lu Ming, will he be okay? Bubbles was extremely worried. He shouldn't be. Lu Ming's bloodline origin is shocking. Listening to the other party's conversation just now, he probably won't kill Lu Ming. Dandan said. During the previous battle, the other party roared not to kill Lu Ming and to kill the others without mercy. This made Dandan think of many things. I hope so. 2-1 and Lay 1 side. Let's return to the heavenly realm first and spread the news. Chapter 24:10. In an ancient secret chamber in the evil god realm, Lu Ming was lying in the middle of the chamber. He was shrouded in a thick blood aura and killing intent. Around Lu Ming, there were more than 10 figures. More than half of these figures were purple-haired royalty of the foreign races. Those who were at the entrance of the passage were all present. The other foreign races also had powerful auras. These were the top elites of the evil god tribe. The weakest of them was a 4-star heavenly emperor. At this moment, the foreign races were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. It's really the saint ancestor Sha Xing. I didn't expect him to survive the battle back then. He left behind his bloodline and was reborn in a human. I really didn't expect him. An old man exclaimed. This old man was also a royalty of the foreign race. However, he was very old. His face was full of wrinkles and his purple hair had lost its luster. Haha, the heavens are really protecting our tribe. If the saint ancestor Sha Xing is not dead, our tribe will definitely flatten the heaven world and break through the world to achieve unparalleled glory. That's right. When the time comes, flatten the heaven world will be as easy as flipping our hands. The ancestral dragon will not be able to stop us. The other foreign races were extremely excited and laughed heartily. They were waiting for the awakening of the saint ancestor Sha Xing. However, at this moment, their faces changed drastically. This was because Lu Ming's body was emitting a different kind of light. Buzz. Lu Ming's body vibrated. Then, a stone tablet appeared and expanded rapidly. The stone tablet vibrated continuously and emitted layers of black light that surged towards Lu Ming's body. That's right. This stone tablet was the suppressing stone tablet. The light emitted by the suppressing stone tablet surged into Lu Ming's body and emitted a terrifying suppressing force. It was suppressing the third bloodline's blood-red light. The blood-red light roared continuously, wanting to destroy Lu Ming completely and replace him. However, the suppressing stone tablet shone brightly and its suppressing force was extremely strong. It kept suppressing the blood-red light. The third bloodline's blood-red light was suppressed by the suppressing stone tablet. It wriggled slowly and retreated back into Lu Ming's body. The blood chi on Lu Ming's body slowly thinned. The dozen or so outsiders were all dumbfounded. The prison-suppressing steel. It's the prison-suppressing steel. Damn it. Why is the prison-suppressing steel in this person's body? Damn it. I get it now. The prison-suppressing steel is also this person's bloodline. It was used to suppress Saint Ancestor Sha Xing. What a cunning scheme. Damn it. Let's attack and seize the prison-suppressing steel. Not bad. The dozen or so outsider experts roared. Boom, boom, Boom. 3 foreign races attacked at the same time. The cultivation bases of these 3 foreign races were shockingly strong. Each of them was a 5 or 6-star heavenly emperor. The 3 of them made their moves. Their powers formed a sealing force that enveloped the prison-suppressing monument. They wanted to pull the monument out of Lu Ming's body. The prison-suppressing steel shook violently. Lu Ming's body also shook slightly. Strip! The 3 of them roared and erupted with all of their strength. But at this moment, the prison-suppressing monument suddenly shook violently. At the same time, it shone brightly. A terrifying power emanated from the prison-suppressing monument, as if it could suppress the heavens. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 foreign race experts shuddered violently as if they had suffered a terrifying attack. They retreated and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale. As expected of the prison-suppressing monument. The natal divine weapon of that person back then is extraordinary. Although it is not complete, the power it contains is extremely shocking. Let's attack together. A majestic royal of a foreign race said. All right, let's attack together. The others nodded. Immediately, the dozen or so foreign races exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Among these foreign races, the weakest one was a 4-star heavenly emperor. The strongest one was a peak heavenly emperor. When the dozen or so of them attacked together, they could dominate the world. At the same time, the dozen or so people attacked together. More than 10 rays of light turned into a sealing force. They wanted to imprison the prison-suppressing monument and then strip it out. The prison-suppressing monument shook violently. Then, it started to expand and a terrifying power erupted from it. The power of this power was even stronger than the dozen or so foreign races combined. In the end, the prison-suppressing monument shook violently. An even more terrifying power spread out and destroyed the sealing force of the dozen or so foreign races. Moreover, the dozen or so foreign races were repelled by the power of the prison-suppressing monument and were forced to retreat. A few of the weaker ones were knocked against the walls of the secret chamber. Their faces were extremely pale and blood was oozing out of their mouths. The dozen or so foreign races' faces were extremely ugly. With their strength, they could not do anything to the prison-suppressing monument. Damn it. The power of the prison-suppressing monument is too strong. Not to mention us, even an undefeatable expert would not be able to strip it off. Unless someone of the same level as us makes a move, a foreign race old man said with an ugly expression. The others' faces were gloomy. Where could they find someone of the same level as them? Did they have to ask the old ancestor for help? However, the old ancestor was severely injured in the battle back then and had been in a deep slumber. How could he make a move now? What should we do? Someone asked. There is only one way to strip the prison-suppressing monument. That is to make this kid do it willingly. As long as he cooperates, it will be easy to strip the prison-suppressing monument. Then, Saint Ancestor Shah Xen will wake up. The majestic royal of a foreign race said. This kid will cooperate? The others were not convinced. There is no other way. We can only wait for him to wake up. The majestic royal said. Left with no choice, they could only wait. The prison-suppressing monument floated above Lu Ming. Its radiance became brighter and brighter, forming a suppressive force that surged into Lu Ming's body. The blood-red mist on Lu Ming's body slowly faded away. Lu Ming's consciousness fell into darkness. It was as if he was floating in the darkness without any concept of time. He did not know how long he had been floating in the darkness. After some time, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Lu Ming immediately rushed toward the beam of light. Boom! Lu Ming felt a jolt in his head and his consciousness returned in an instant. What happened? Oh right, we found out that the foreign races were trying to open the passage. We went to stop them. A terrifying battle broke out. I used the power of the third bloodline. And the Titan Longhorn Beetle. I was captured, Lu Ming muttered. Everything appeared in his mind. Dandan, Bubbles, 2E and Lei. How are they? They should be fine with the Titan Longhorn Beetle around. Lu Ming was worried and suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was a secret chamber. There were pieces of luminous stones inlaid in the secret chamber, illuminating it as if it was daytime. A purple-haired middle-aged man with a square face looked very majestic. He looked at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back. There was no one else except for him. "You're finally awake. Your name is Lu Ming, right?" the majestic middle-aged man said. Even his voice was quite majestic. "Or you? Wait, you are a foreign race." Lu Ming squinted his eyes because he saw that there was a third eye between the man's eyebrows. A royal of a foreign race. Chapter 24:11. I am Emoluoja, the barrier-breaking general of the evil god realm. The middle-aged man spoke. "Barrier-breaking general, breaking my heaven realm?" Lu Ming sneered. Emoluoja's eyes were calm, and he did not speak. "Is this the evil god realm? You captured me, didn't you?" Lu Ming said. He sensed carefully and found that this place was different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. The space here was filled with a strange energy, which was very different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. But Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He found that the laws of heaven and earth here were exactly the same as the primordial realm of the heaven realm. He originally thought that the evil god tribe and the primordial realm of the heaven realm were two different worlds, and the laws of heaven and earth would be completely different. He did not expect that they were exactly the same. Strange. Lu Ming was surprised, but this was a good thing for him. "That's right, I captured you." Emoluoja stared at Lu Ming and said, "Now, I need your cooperation." "My cooperation?" Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Tell me. Cooperate and let me strip the prison-suppressing steel from your body." Emoluoja said. "You know I have the prison-suppressing steel?" Lu Ming's eyes flickered. From the beginning to the end, he had not used the prison-suppressing steel. How did the other party know? Was it because the other party's cultivation was so strong that he saw through everything? Or did something happen when he was unconscious? "Wait, how did I wake up? I crazily borrowed the power of the third bloodline, and my consciousness was already devoured by the endless killing intent of the third bloodline. I was about to become a killing puppet. How did I wake up? It can't be that the other party saved me. Could it be the prison-suppressing steel?" Lu Ming suddenly remembered that when he had just obtained a drop of ancestral dragon blood, it had caused the third bloodline to go berserk. But later, the prison-suppressing steel erupted and suppressed the third bloodline. Could it be that the prison-suppressing steel saved him again this time? Was it because the prison-suppressing steel suppressed the power of the third bloodline that he could wake up? Very likely. That was why the other party knew that he had the prison-suppressing steel. What is the third bloodline? Hold on, Saint Ancestor Shah exit. During the previous battle, the other party shouted, "Saint Ancestor Shah Exin." Could he be referring to the third bloodline? What is the third bloodline? What did it have to do with the outsiders? Could it be that they want me to be devoured by the third bloodline? At that instant, a few thoughts crossed Lu Ming's mind. How smart was he? Based on some scattered clues, he was actually able to deduce most of the truth. "Looks like if I don't cooperate, you won't be able to remove the prison-suppressing steel." The smile on Lu Ming's face widened. Instead of answering directly, Marojia said coldly, "You just need to cooperate." "Haha, I took the initiative to cooperate. I'm afraid that after the prison-suppressing steel is taken away, it will also be the time of my death. How can I be that stupid?" Lu Ming laughed loudly. "You don't deserve it. Only death awaits you." Marojia said coldly. "Oh really? Then you can kill me now." Lu Ming said. "You..." A cold light flashed in Marojia's eyes. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so difficult to deal with at such a young age. If they could kill Lu Ming, they would have killed Lu Ming a long time ago. But if they killed Lu Ming, Saint Ancestor Shah Xen would not be able to wake up. "Tell me, why do you want to remove the prison-suppressing steel? Who is Saint Ancestor Shah Xen? What is his relationship with my third bloodline?" Lu Ming stared at Marojia and asked a few questions in a row. Since he had fallen into the hands of the outsiders, he was ready to risk everything. At worst, he would die. "These are not questions for you to ask." Marojia stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, "It looks like you don't agree?" "Even if I agree, I'm afraid I'll still die. Without the health-suppressing monument, I'll be devoured by the boundless killing intent. Rather than turning into a killing puppet, I'd rather you guys just kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. If you agree, I can guarantee that you won't die. I can extract your soul and find you a suitable body so that you can seize it and be reborn. Marojia said. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Extract his soul and find a new body? What a joke. He would rather die. Moreover, he concluded that the outsiders were so eager to remove the prison-suppressing steel and let the third bloodline devour him. There must be a conspiracy. Saint Ancestor Shah Exen, could it be that my third bloodline is a terrifying expert of the outsiders who has been reborn in me and wants to use my body to be reborn? But my second bloodline is the prison-suppressing steel, which happens to suppress the third bloodline? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. If that was the case, he would not agree. Otherwise, the heaven realm and the primordial realm would suffer. Don't think that we can't do anything if you don't agree. Marojia waved his sleeves and left with a cold face. The door of the secret chamber closed, leaving Lu Ming alone. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He walked to the side of the secret chamber and observed the walls. The walls of the secret room were made of an unknown material, and there were mysterious runes drawn on them. Lu Ming shook his head. He knew that since the outsiders were so confident in locking him in here, it would be wishful thinking for him to break out of this secret chamber. Since I'm here, I might as well take it easy. Since the laws here are the same as those in the heaven realm and the primordial realm, I can still cultivate. Moreover, under such circumstances, the outsiders are not killing me. I'm afraid that killing me will be detrimental to their so-called Saint Ancestor Shah Exen. At this thought, Lu Ming was relieved. As long as he did not die, there would always be a chance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and adjusted his state to the best. Then, he began to comprehend the law of cause and effect. Now, among the 10 supreme laws, Lu Ming only had the law of cause and effect and the law of destiny that he had yet to comprehend. After Marojia walked out of the secret chamber, he came to a large hall. More than a dozen outsider experts were waiting in the main hall. General, how did it go? Did that kid agree? An elder asked. That kid is young, but he's very smart. I'm afraid he's already guessed a lot. He didn't agree at all. He won't be swayed by force or persuasion. Marojia frowned. Won't be swayed by force or persuasion. That kid is courting death. I'll kill him. A burly foreign tribe expert was furious. But halfway through, he swallowed his words and smiled awkwardly. If he killed Lu Ming, how could the Saint Ancestor Shah Exen awaken? General, what should we do now? Someone asked. Lock that kid up here. We'll study it again and see if we can find a way to remove the prison-suppressing steel from that kid. At the same time, send a message to the other royal tribes. Let them think of a way. Marojia said. All right, that's the only way. I don't believe that we can't remove a broken piece of the prison-suppressing steel. Chapter 24:12. At this point, the other tribes had no other choice. They could not kill Lu Ming, and they could not remove the prison-suppressing steel. Only by getting Lu Ming to cooperate willingly could they remove the prison-suppressing steel. How could they get Lu Ming to cooperate willingly? That was to make Lu Ming despair, to let Lu Ming see the terrifying strength of the other tribes, and to let Lu Ming understand that the heaven realm was no match for the other tribes. The heaven realm was destined to be destroyed by the other tribes. Even if Lu Ming did not agree, it would not change the outcome. Then they would give Lu Ming hope, a way to survive, resources, and his family. Only then would Lu Ming yield and agree to the other tribes' conditions. Let him move freely in our realm, but send an expert to follow him, lest he gets killed by others. The other tribe king ordered. This was the evil god realm. If a human swaggered on the streets, he would be killed. Yes. Marojia and the others bowed and accepted the order. All right, let's do that. The other tribe king ordered, then got up and left. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when the door to the secret chamber opened again. Marojia and an old man walked in. Here they come again. In my opinion, you don't have to waste your time. You can't remove the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming mocked. We're not here today to remove the prison-suppressing steel, but to let you out. Morojia said. Let me out? Lu Ming was stunned and surprised. He did not expect the other party to let him out. That's right. You can go to our realm, but you can only stay here. If you want to return to the heaven realm, don't daydream. Let's go. With that, Morojia turned and left. What are these other tribes up to? Lu Ming was confused. However, it was better to be able to leave than to stay in this secret chamber forever. There was nothing to think about. Lu Ming strode out with Morojia. Walking out of the secret chamber, Lu Ming came to a platform and his eyes flashed. This was because the scenery that entered his eyes was simply too magnificent. This secret chamber should be located at an extremely high position. They stood at this position, towering into the clouds. Their field of vision was extremely wide, and they could see extremely far away. What entered his eyes was a large number of buildings. These buildings were very strange. They were completely different from the buildings in the heaven realm. They looked more barbaric, more majestic, and very magnificent. Such buildings were endless and could not be seen at a glance. This was a huge city, even bigger than the ancient city in the heaven realm. In the city, figures were constantly flashing. All of them were foreign races. There were burly foreign races with black scales, purple-scaled foreign races, short foreign races with 4 arms, and shadow-like foreign races. There were too many. These foreign tribes did not conceal their auras at all. Lu Ming could clearly sense their terrifying auras soaring into the sky. So many experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Just by sensing, Lu Ming discovered that there were shockingly many experts among these foreign races. There were large groups of martial emperors. There were also many true emperors. There were even many great emperors. There were too many experts in this world. This is the royal city of our tribe. Morojia explained. The royal city, no wonder. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The royal city was usually a place where experts gathered. It was normal for there to be many experts. However, this is just one of the royal cities of our tribe. Morojia added. One of the royal families? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked subconsciously. Our evil god tribe has a total of 10 royal families. Naturally, we have 10 royal cities. This is one of the royal cities of our tribe. I don't mind telling you that these years, only 3 of the 10 royal families have been attacking the heaven realm. Not all of them. Morojia said. What? This time, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. There were actually 10 royal families of the foreign races. In these years, only 3 of them had attacked the heaven realm. This meant that the other 7 royal families had not attacked the foreign races. The 3 royal families had already forced the heaven realm into a disadvantageous position. If the 10 royal families all attacked the heaven realm would not be able to resist at all. This was really beyond Lu Ming's expectations. At this moment, he was really anxious. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Morojia smiled. This was what he wanted to see. Shock, despair. Now you know the strength of our tribe. If the heaven realm wants to fight with us, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. Morojia sneered. How could this be? No, the heaven realm must have hidden forces. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the foreign races long ago. Yes, it's definitely not that simple. There must be something hidden. Otherwise, the foreign races would not have delayed for so many years and not destroyed the heaven realm. Lu Ming's mind turned, and he calmed himself down. Phew! After a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed down. This kid? Morojia was shocked. Lu Ming's mental fortitude was beyond his expectations. After hearing that the foreign races were so powerful, he calmed down so quickly. Humph! When you see the real strength of our tribe, let's see how you can stay calm. Morojia snorted in his heart and ordered, Ji, from now on, he will follow him. Do you understand? Yes, great general. The old man beside Morojia bowed. Swish. Morojia took a step and disappeared without a trace. Since I'm here, I'll take it easy. Since I'm here, I'll take a good look around. If I can learn more about the secrets of the foreign races, it will be helpful if I can return to the heaven realm in the future. At the thought of this, Lu Ming leaped off the platform and flew downward. Jia Yi was not far behind Lu Ming. After jumping off the platform, Lu Ming walked toward a street. The buildings of the foreign races were simple and tall. Each building was a few hundred meters tall, and the streets were extremely wide. Lu Ming swaggered down the street. On the other hand, the foreign tribesmen on the streets were stunned. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Ming. He's not from our tribe? He looks like a human. Yes, he's a human. A human dares to swagger down the street in our tribe's royal city. What's going on? The foreign races on the street discussed animatedly. Furthermore, this news spread like a whirlwind. Soon, the area was surrounded by all kinds of foreign races. Hey, make way. You're blocking the way. Don't you have manners? Lu Ming was very arrogant and scolded them directly. Oh my, this human is so arrogant. A human dares to scold us in our tribe's royal city. He's courting death. A bad-tempered foreign race member shouted, revealing a cold, murderous intent. However, at the sight of Jia Yi, who was beside Lu Ming, all of them shuddered. Jia Yi's aura was too terrifying. Chapter 24:13. It was obvious that Jia Yi was an extremely terrifying existence among the foreign tribes. Because of Jia Yi's existence, no one dared to attack Lu Ming. However, many foreign races were very curious about Lu Ming's background. How could a human appear in the capital of a foreign race so openly and have a powerful cultivator by his side? Make way, Lu Ming shouted and continued to stroll around. However, more and more foreign tribes gathered around him, and there were even heavenly emperors. Suddenly, a voice was heard and it was filled with disbelief. In front, the crowd made way and a group of people walked over. The one in the lead had purple hair. He was from the foreign tribe's royal family and he was very young. It's him, the foreign tribe's prince. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then in the Two-World City, the foreign tribes attacked the city and sent out their younger generation to challenge the Heaven Domain. They wanted to use this to attack the Heaven Domain's morale. At that time, there was a foreign tribe's prince who was very strong. However, he was taken down by Lu Ming and was exchanged for 100 chaos stones. The person in front of him was that prince and his name was Luo. Behind Luo, there were a few other figures. Some were from the foreign tribe's royal family and some were from other tribes. All of them had powerful auras. Greetings to the 8th prince. Around them, many of the foreign tribes bowed and were very respectful. There were many branches of the foreign tribes and they all had the same bloodline passed down from the same ancestor. However, the foreign tribe's royal family was the tribe whose bloodline was closest to the ancestor. Hence, the royal family had the highest status among the various tribes. As for Luo, as a prince, he was the king of the kings and his status was much higher than the ordinary royal family. Of course, the ordinary outsiders treated him with utmost respect. Luo didn't bother about the others as he stared at Lu Ming. Kid, why are you here? Luo's face was gloomy as he asked coldly. Why am I here? You have to ask your ancestors this question. Do you think I want to stay here? Lu Ming curled his lips. Kid, watch your words. Luo chided before looking at Jia. Senior, are you here to ensure his safety? Luo asked. Jia Yi nodded and said, I'll only protect his life. As for his injuries, I don't care at all. Luo's eyes lit up. Although he was curious as to why Jia Yi would protect the life of a human, it was easy for him to deal with Jia Yi if he only protected his life and did not care about anything else. He wanted Lu Ming to suffer a fate worse than death. Luo's eyes flashed with cold radiance. In the past, he had been taken hostage by Lu Ming in exchange for 100 chaos gems. He had taken this matter to heart and had always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. He didn't expect that the opportunity would be presented to him so easily. How could he let it go? Bang! Luo stepped out as his purple hair fluttered. His entire body was emitting a purple radiance. As the third eye at his glabella opened and closed, it flashed with a cold light. Brat, come out and fight. A cold voice came from Luo's mouth. Around them, many people became excited. Emotion Luo was the top genius of the evil god tribe. Back then, he was ranked 9th among the younger generation of the evil god tribe. In the vast evil god race, Emotion Luo was ranked 9th. One could see how talented he was. With Emo Tianluo's current age, he wasn't considered to be from the younger generation. The 8th prince is about to take action. Seems like this human has a grudge with the 8th prince. How many moves do you think the 8th prince will take him down? At most, it won't be more than 10 moves. It might be an instant kill. You have to know that the 8th prince now has the fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Around them, many of the foreign races were discussing. Fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smirk with slight disdain. You better find someone stronger. You aren't a match for me, Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made Emo Tianluo's eyes turn even colder. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. I would like to see how much progress you have made over the years. Having said that, Emo Tianluo took a step forward. His body was like a ray of purple light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Emo Tianluo slapped out with his palm. In his palm, purple radiance spread out and turned into a terrifying palm print that blasted towards Lu Ming. The foreign race's cultivation system was very similar to the immemorial system of the heaven domain. When they attacked, it looked simple, but every move they made was extremely powerful. Peak of the true emperor realm. Fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Lu Ming smirked. For a martial emperor, one seclusion would take thousands of years. For Emo Tianluo to be able to raise his fighting strength from a rank 9 true emperor to a rank 18 true emperor in 100 years, this speed was already very fast and shocking. However, it was a pity that he had met Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't be measured by common sense. Lu Ming didn't use his physical strength. His body shone with various radiances of the laws. In an instant, there were more than 10 radiances that intertwined around his body. Swoosh! Lu Ming simply pointed out with his finger. With more than 10 types of laws supporting him, Lu Ming's simple finger became extremely powerful. Lu Ming's finger was like a long spear as it pierced Emo Tianluo's palm. There wasn't any earth-shattering sound and there weren't any violent scenes. The collision between the two of them was extremely small. It was like a needle piercing a balloon. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. Emo Tianluo's palm print and his palm were pierced through by Lu Ming's finger. The destructive force surged towards Emo Tianluo. Emo Tianluo cried out in pain as his body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. His body twitched as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The entire scene was silent. Emo Tianluo, the prince of the foreign races, was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was defeated in an instant. How could this be? 100 years ago, Emo Tianluo was the 9th-ranked genius in the evil god world. He was extremely talented. Although he wasn't part of the younger generation, his fighting strength was undoubtedly stronger. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Everyone was stunned as they found it hard to accept. How could this be? Emo Tianluo found it hard to accept as he roared in his heart. He had been working hard for the past few years and his cultivation had improved rapidly. He was now at the peak of the true emperor realm with the fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Soon, he would be able to break through to the emperor realm. He was confident that he could break through to the emperor realm before he was 200 years old. Becoming a great emperor within 1,000 years was already incredible, let alone becoming a great emperor within 200 years old. He was already stunning enough, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Back then, he had fought with Lu Ming for many moves before Lu Ming defeated him. Initially, he thought that he was strong enough to defeat Lu Ming and take revenge. He didn't expect this outcome. Could it be that Lu Ming had broken through to the emperor realm? Many people couldn't help but think so. Only a great emperor could defeat Emo Tianluo so easily, right? However, the aura that Lu Ming had released earlier was obviously at the true emperor realm. This made many people suspicious. Chapter 24:16. The foreign tribe king, Morojia, and the others did not know that Lu Ming was so strong. Back at the passageway in the heaven realm, Lu Ming had displayed shocking strength and killed many foreign tribe elites. But at that time, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The foreign tribe king and the others thought that Lu Ming was so strong because of the power of the saint ancestor Sha Exin. They did not know how strong Lu Ming was. Now that they saw Lu Ming's strength, they were a little surprised. This kid is very talented. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue him and make him despair. That's right. This kind of person is definitely a peerless genius in the heaven realm. This kind of person is usually arrogant, supercilious, and extremely confident. It will be difficult to subdue him and make him despair. The rest of the experts voiced their opinions too. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Their original plan was that if Lu Ming was just an ordinary genius, he would definitely be taught a lesson in the evil god realm. At that time, any of the powerful geniuses would be able to subdue Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming would easily despair and submit. But Lu Ming was a rare genius. It would not be easy to make him despair. If there's no other way, we'll take him to the sacred mountain, the foreign tribe king said. Yes, your majesty is wise. The sacred mountain has gathered countless elites. Some of the top people on the longevity list are also on the sacred mountain. I believe that in the face of countless elites, he will definitely be in despair and submit. That's right. Morogia and the others smiled. At the mention of the sacred mountain, their eyes flashed with respect. Time flew by. After 2 hours, a few rays of light broke through the sky in the distance. In the next moment, a few more figures appeared in the sky. One of them was Emo Tianluo. There were 2 other people, one of whom was also an outsider royal. However, this outsider royal had a head full of purple hair and seemed to be in high spirits. Judging from his appearance, he was also very young. As for the other person, he was a shadow-like being of a foreign race. He did not seem to have a physical body. He stood there, but his body swayed like a stream of water. It's Storm and Emo Ping. I didn't expect Storm and Emo Ping to be in Imperial City. Emo Ping is ranked 98 on the longevity list. Storm is ranked 76. Haha, let's see how that human kid can be arrogant now. There was a burst of excited discussion around them. Obviously, they were very confident in Storm and Emo Ping. From the discussion around them, Lu Ming knew that the foreign tribe king was called Emo Ping. As for the shadow-like foreign race member, he was called Storm, and he was one of the top experts on the evil god world's 10,000 years list. So this is the brat who wants to challenge everyone on the longevity roll? He's really arrogant. Emo Ping said coldly as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Then I'll cripple him and make him lie on the ground like a dog. Storm sneered. His voice was ear-piercing, and his shadow-like body swayed. Do you want to go first, or should I? Emo Ping asked Storm. You first. In my opinion, you're enough. Storm's voice sounded again. All right, I'll meet this kid. Emo Ping stepped out, his body emitting a violent aura. 3-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Emo Ping had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was a 3-star Great Emperor. And he was only ranked 98 on the longevity list. Could it be that the 100 people on the longevity list are all 3-star Great Emperors? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was heavy. It was absolutely shocking that there were 100 people who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years and had reached the 3-star Great Emperor level. It would not be a problem for them to become heavenly emperors in the future. They could even become peerless experts. The foreign tribes were indeed shockingly powerful. It was no wonder that the celestial field had been defeated in the ancient war. In the end, they could only guard the grand pure sky domain. No, I can't be discouraged. No matter how many experts and geniuses there are, I'll suppress them all in the future. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light and strong fighting spirit. I'm invincible. This was Lu Ming's belief and confidence in himself. No matter how many geniuses and experts there are, I'll suppress them all alone. Emo Ping shouted coldly. The third eye between his brows shone with a bright light. Then, battle swords flew out from his eye. There were a total of 18 battle swords, forming a strange pattern and slashing toward Lu Ming. What a strange attack. Lu Ming's heart moved. Mo Ping had used the light of destruction in his third eye to form a sword formation. Bush, bush. The 18 battle swords formed a strange sword formation. Its power increased exponentially, bursting with boundless sword chi that shrouded Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated rapidly as the 6 feathered divine wings were displayed. Lu Ming had mastered too many laws. He had a total of 81 laws and 71 laws of the monarch Dao. The 6 laws required by the 6 feathered divine wings were all included. Not only the 6 feathered divine wings, but the 18 laws of the indestructible ancient scripture were also included. This allowed Lu Ming to use the indestructible ancient scripture to increase its power. Bush. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He flashed continuously and dodged the sword chi attacks. None of the sword chi could pierce Lu Ming. Your movement technique is quite fast. Let's see how you dodge it. Mo Ping said coldly. The light in his third eye shone brighter and the 18 battle swords became even faster. At the same time, he stepped out and rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing out a palm. Boom! A vortex appeared in his palm. The vortex emitted a shocking power. This power spun crazily and brought about a shocking tearing force. It wanted to shroud Lu Ming and tear him to pieces. This power could greatly increase a person's speed and movement technique. Combined with the sword formation formed by the 18 battle swords, it was simply unstoppable. You're defeated. Mo Ping shouted coldly. He was very confident. The reason why he could be ranked 98th on the longevity list and defeat 2 experts who were not weaker than him was because of this move. I'm too lazy to play with you. At this time, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Then, Lu Ming threw out 19 palms in a row. 18 of them were placed on the 18 battle swords, while the other one was aimed at Mo Ping's palm. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. When he slapped the battle swords, the 18 battle swords immediately exploded. When Lu Ming's palm and Mo Ping's palm collided, Mo Ping's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His eyeballs almost popped out. Crack. Chapter 24:17. As Mo Ping landed on the ground, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Defeated. Mo Ping had also been defeated. He seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Mo Ping was a top expert on the longevity list. His cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star great emperor. Yet he was defeated so easily. Lu Ming, this human, had he really only cultivated for less than 200 years? As for Mo Tianluo, his face turned pale. Even Mo Ping was no match for Lu Ming. How was this possible? 100 years ago, he had fought with Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. But now, Lu Ming was so much stronger than him. He felt a huge blow and his state of mind was unstable. Interesting. At this moment, Storm's ear-piercing voice was heard again. His 3 eyes flickered as he sized up Lu Ming. Your physical strength is very strong. It seems like you mainly cultivate your physical body. Storm said coldly. His body seemed to be weightless as he floated out. Why don't you try and find out? Lu Ming curled his lips. Of course I'll try. Storm said. Suddenly he moved. His body trembled and disappeared. Then, he suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. A slender long sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Lu Ming's back. However, Lu Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he struck back with his palm. However, Storm's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, 8 figures suddenly appeared around Lu Ming. The 8 figures were like a storm. They dashed toward Lu Ming and continued to attack him. All 8 of them are real bodies. Interesting. Lu Ming was surprised. What Storm used was not doppelgangers or illusions to confuse others. All 8 of them were real bodies. All 8 of them had the same cultivation level and were extremely powerful. In an instant, Lu Ming struck out 8 palms at the 8 figures. Boom, boom. 8 explosions rang out as the 8 figures of the storm were repelled by Lu Ming. He's also a 3-star great emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The other party's cultivation was also a 3-star martial emperor. However, he had already reached the peak of the 3-star martial emperor realm. Furthermore, his attack technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. His strength was indeed stronger than Mo Ping's. Again! The Storm 8 shadows retreated, and their bodies swayed again. This time, each of their bodies was directly split into two halves. The 8 silhouettes turned into 16 and attacked Lu Ming. The 16 silhouettes were all real, and their strength was exactly the same. Their strength did not weaken because they were split apart. It's useless no matter how many you split, Lu Ming said coldly. He changed his palm into a fist and punched out continuously. Boom, boom. The terrifying fist force crushed the void. Wherever the fist force passed, everything was destroyed. Storm let out a sharp cry and retreated frantically. However, it was too late. He was crushed by Lu Ming's fist force and the 18 figures exploded one after another. Everyone was greatly shocked. Could it be that Storm was killed by Lu Ming? A top expert on the longevity list had fallen just like that? However, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly at this moment. This was because he realized that his own shadow had suddenly moved. He did not move, but his shadow moved. It was like a sharp sword, piercing towards Lu Ming. It happened so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. The sword accurately pierced Lu Ming's body, but it did not pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's defensive power was shocking. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the Immortal Golden Body. That terrifying defensive power was not something that a 3-star Great Emperor could break through. Lu Ming's shadow rapidly distorted as if it was filled with shock. Get lost. At this moment, Lu Ming roared like a thunderclap, stomping on his own shadow. Lu Ming activated many kinds of laws with this kick. Although Storm's body was strange, it was still restrained by some of Lu Ming's laws. Boom. The power of this stomp was extremely shocking. The ground shook, and cracks appeared on the incomparably hard floor. With a scream, Lu Ming's shadow returned to normal, while Storm's figure appeared in the distance. There were cracks on his body, and his body almost exploded. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had already shown mercy. Otherwise, Storm would have been dead. No matter how many tricks a 3-star Great Emperor had, Lu Ming could easily kill him if he went all out. You can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said coldly. Damn it, how is this possible? At the side, many of the foreign races roared, finding it hard to accept. An expert on the longevity list had defeated 2 people in a row, and one of them was ranked 76th. There was actually such a powerful genius in the human race, and he had cultivated for less than 200 years. Fortunately, he was captured. This was the Fiend God realm. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything. Many of the foreign races comforted themselves. I didn't expect this person to be so strong. High in the sky, the foreign race king, Morogia, and the others were also very surprised. Lu Ming's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. It's fortunate that such a person was chosen by Saint Ancestor Shah Exin. Otherwise, if he grows up, he'll be a huge threat to our race. Morogia said. That's right. The others nodded. Let him go to the sacred mountain, the foreign race king said. Things were a little out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to let the foreign races attack Lu Ming, let Lu Ming feel the strength of the foreign races experts, and let Lu Ming feel despair and submit. However, he didn't expect that the foreign races would be the ones being attacked. Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and defeated many foreign race experts, causing many of them to suffer a heavy blow. This had allowed Lu Ming to accumulate more confidence, which was something they didn't want to see. Morogia nodded, and then his voice was transmitted out. His voice rang in the ears of Immortal Luo, Mo Ping, and Storm. Let him go to the sacred mountain. Immortal Luo and the others' eyes lit up. That's right, let Lu Ming go to the sacred mountain. There were countless experts there, and there were plenty of people to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. Our race has 10 royal families and 10 royal cities. This is just one of the 10 royal cities. Moreover, most of our experts are cultivating in seclusion in the sacred mountain. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. Mo Tianluo shouted. That's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. I'll show you the strength of our race. At that time, you'll understand what it means to be an expert. Mo Ping also shouted. That's right, that's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. At the side, the other foreign races also shouted. Sacred mountain? Lead the way. Lu Ming said directly. It seemed like the sacred mountain held a high position in the hearts of the foreign races, and a large number of experts were gathered there. It was an important place for the foreign races. Lu Ming wanted to take a look and see how many experts there were in the foreign races. If he could escape in the future, he would be more confident. Chapter 24:18. Lu Ming, follow me to Saint Mountain. Mo Tianluo spoke before turning around and flying in a certain direction. Lu Ming did not say a word as he followed. As for Jia Yi, he did not utter a word as he followed Lu Ming not far away. As long as Lu Ming's life was not in danger, he would not make a move. Let's go, I want to take a look too. Great, I want to go too. The surrounding foreign tribes were all very curious. They wanted to see what kind of storm Lu Ming would stir up after arriving at the sacred mountain. One had to know that the top experts on the longevity list were all in Saint Mountain. If Lu Ming went to Saint Mountain, he would definitely clash with those existences. They did not believe that Lu Ming could keep winning. Immediately, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming as they flew forward. Soon, they flew out of Monarch City and headed west. Saint Mountain was west of Monarch City and also the center of the entire evil god realm. Mo Tianluo was leading the way at the front. His speed was neither fast nor slow. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry either. In the end, he simply took out a puppet. He sat on the puppet and got the puppet to hurry on their way. He was fully focused on comprehending various laws and strived to achieve perfection in all laws as soon as possible so that he could step into the arch realm. Mo Ping and Storm turned into two streams of light and flew towards the west, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was very likely that they had rushed to Saint Mountain in advance to make preparations. Just like that, after flying for a month, they arrived at a plain. Mo Tianluo's speed became even slower as Lu Ming realized that all the foreign races had a solemn look on their faces. There was also reverence or a kind of reverence. After flying for a while, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It was a huge mountain that truly embodied the meaning of the word huge. It was an incomparably majestic and huge mountain. This mountain did not have any vegetation, but even from far away, one could feel the majesty of this mountain. The mountain was so tall that it reached the depths of the sky. Its peak could not be seen. As they got closer, they realized that the area it occupied was even larger. Lu Ming had never seen such a huge mountain before. That is, as they approached, Lu Ming discovered that the number of outsiders at the foot of the mountain was astonishing. Countless outsiders could be seen sitting cross-legged on the sage mountain, apparently in the midst of cultivation. There was a wide mountain path from the foot of the sacred mountain all the way to the top. There were also numerous outsiders who were slowly making their way up the mountain path. After reaching a certain height, they would sit down cross-legged on some rocks, or find a random spot to sit down cross-legged and meditate. The entire Sage Mountain was filled with outsiders, and their numbers were shocking to say the least. With a casual glance, Lu Ming discovered over 1 million outsiders. And this was only a corner of the holy mountain. It was impossible to say how many outsiders there were on the sacred mountain. Most shockingly, these outsiders were all experts. The weakest ones were all in the Saint realm. Above that was the Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming saw at least 100,000 martial emperors and 10,000 true emperors. It was just a small corner, yet there were already so many experts. How many experts were there in the entire holy mountain? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lu Ming's face changed and became extremely solemn. Seeing Lu Ming's face change, Mo Tianluo revealed a carefree expression and flew over. Lu Ming, let me tell you, the sacred mountain is where our sacred ancestor resides. At the highest point of the mountain, our sacred ancestor resides. Your sacred ancestor resides in the sacred mountain? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Of course, our sacred ancestor resides at the peak of the sacred mountain. Hence, the entire sacred mountain is the best place for our tribe to cultivate. When we cultivate on the sacred mountain, we will be influenced by the sacred ancestor's aura. Over time, not only will our cultivation increase, but our bloodline will also be purified, bringing us closer to the sacred ancestor and making our bloodline pure. Mo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. No wonder there were so many experts gathered on the sacred mountain. The sacred ancestor of the outsiders was definitely an unimaginable existence. He might even surpass the heavenly emperor. If so, what was the relationship between sacred ancestor Sha Xin and the sacred ancestor of the outsiders? Lu Ming's heart was filled with more doubts. Let me tell you, there are many caves dug out on the sacred mountain. Many of our tribe members have turned into ascetic cultivators. For countless years, they have been cultivating in those caves. I don't know how many of them there are. Also, the higher you go, the higher your cultivation. Near the peak of the mountain, there are many heavenly emperors cultivating diligently. The number is beyond your imagination. Now you know the strength of our tribe. Only a small portion of our tribe is attacking the Tai Ching Sky Domain. If the entire army were to attack, the Tai Ching Sky Domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Mo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming was indeed shocked. The number of experts of the outsiders on the sacred mountain was indeed terrifying to the extreme. It was beyond his expectations. Standing from afar, he could feel the terrifying aura of the entire sacred mountain. Although these auras were very obscure, Lu Ming had cultivated 81 types of laws. It was as if he was about to merge with heaven and earth. His perception was also astonishingly strong. He could clearly feel the aura. Those auras were filled with astonishing pressure. They were all heavenly emperors. The number of them made Lu Ming feel apprehensive. The entire sacred mountain was like a terrifying weapon of the martial emperor. It gave people a terrifying pressure. It was as if they would be crushed to dust at any time. Mo Tianluo was right. The strength of the outsiders outside the two-world city could not be compared to the sacred mountain. If the experts of the outsiders on the sacred mountain were to attack together, the Tai Ching Sky Domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Impossible, impossible. If that was the case, the outsiders would have already breached the two-world city and the Tai Ching Sky Domain. They would not have waited until now. Maybe, my heaven domain also has hidden forces. It's just that I have not seen it yet. Also, maybe there are other reasons. If it could be destroyed, the heaven domain would have been destroyed by the outsiders long ago. Lu Ming's mind raced and he thought of many things in an instant. He told himself to be more at ease. His mood finally improved. Mo Tianluo smiled coldly and walked towards the sacred mountain. When they approached the sacred mountain, a few streams of light flew out from the sacred mountain. Two of them were Feng Feng and Mo Ping. Other than them, there were 3 other young men. Of course, they looked young. They were definitely not young. It's the 3 people on the longevity list. They are ranked 65, 59, and 43 respectively. Someone at the side said, recognizing the 3 of them. Most of the top experts on the longevity list are indeed at the sacred mountain. 3 of them came at once. Now, it's enough to take care of Lu Ming and let him know the power of our race. That's right. Seeing the 3 young men, many of the outsiders were excited. They had followed for so long because they wanted to see Lu Ming get beaten up. He's the human who defeated you? One of the young men stepped out and looked coldly at Lu Ming. His eyes were extremely sharp. Looks like he's not that great. I can easily defeat him. Chapter 24:19. The 3 of them were ranked 65th, 59th, and 43rd on the longevity roll respectively. They were very powerful, far above Storm and Mo Ping. They were definitely at least a 3-star Great Emperor or even a 4-star Great Emperor. Of course, they had been cultivating for a long time, at least longer than Lu Ming. They had been cultivating for at least a few thousand years. The 3 of them were very confident. They stepped out and surrounded Lu Ming, oppressing him. The surrounding people retreated, giving them enough distance to fight. All of you, come at me together. Lu Ming glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently. What? Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to fight the 3 of them alone? How arrogant! What an arrogant human! This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant human. One of the three young men licked his lips, his eyes cold. He wants to challenge the three of us at the same time. Who does he think he is? What do you mean? Of course we'll agree to it. I'll beat him up until he can't take care of himself. The three experts on the longevity roll sneered, their eyes becoming more and more ferocious. Since Lu Ming was looking for a beating, they would naturally fulfill his wish. The three young men moved and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. Almost at the same time, they struck. Three different types of attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. The power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming judged their strength as soon as the three of them attacked. Two of them were 4-star Great Emperors and one was a 3-star Great Emperor. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup would have no problem dealing with someone who had cultivated for less than 200 years. However, they had encountered Lu Ming. That was a problem. Lu Ming's muscles suddenly vibrated and his body rushed out like a cannonball, charging at one of them. Lu Ming grabbed out with his big hand and the other party's attack was destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, his hand did not stop and grabbed at the other party's throat. Fast. Too fast. Lu Ming's palm was unbelievably fast. Before the other party could react, Lu Ming had already grabbed him by the neck. Then he swung it with all his might, and it smashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground trembled, and the other party cried out miserably. It was unknown just how many of his bones were broken, and he was truly unable to take care of himself. However, the ground in this place was extremely sturdy. Even after smashing into the ground, it only managed to create a shallow crater. At this time, the other two's attacks were about to land on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure flashed, directly dodging the two's attacks, and then attacked one of them. The man was slightly surprised, but he did not panic. The one that Lu Ming had easily defeated was the weakest among the three of them. He was only a 3-star Great Emperor, while Lu Ming was a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already a high-level Great Emperor. Their battle prowess was far beyond that of a 3-star Great Emperor. Meteor Fist. He roared angrily. His fist was like a meteor as it blasted towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom! At the same time, Lu Ming also threw out a punch, and the two fists collided heavily. Crack! When the two fists collided, the alien youth's arm was directly bent, and the bones inside were broken. The scales on his skin flew everywhere, and his body shook violently as he frantically retreated. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was too strong. It was as if he could topple mountains and trample seas. It was simply impossible to resist. Not good. Then he was shocked and quickly retreated because Lu Ming had attacked again. However, how could his speed be compared to Lu Ming's? When he retreated, Lu Ming had already arrived. Crushing, it was a complete crushing. Although the alien youth tried his best to resist, he only managed to block 2 moves before he followed in the footsteps of the previous person. His throat was clasped by Lu Ming, and he was thrown to the ground, unable to move. Although it took a long time to describe, all of this happened in an instant. In an instant, 2 experts on the longevity list were crushed by Lu Ming. The remaining one was almost scared to death. It was fine if it was the 3-star Great Emperor, but now, even a 4-star Great Emperor was crushed. He panicked. He decisively retreated like a stream of light. You want to leave? Lu Ming sneered. His muscles trembled and space exploded. Lu Ming rushed towards the other party, instantly closing in on him. The other party tried his best to resist, but the result was already decided. After 2 moves, he crashed to the ground like a meteor, unable to move. The surrounding aliens' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the 3 experts on the longevity list lying on the ground in a row, they felt that it was unreal, as if they were dreaming. Those were 3 experts on the longevity list, and their rankings weren't low, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. In just a few moves, the 3 of them were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Terrifying. They finally knew how terrifying Lu Ming's strength was. He hadn't used his full strength before. Perhaps he hadn't used his full strength now. Just how strong was Lu Ming? Immortal Luo, Mo Ping, Storm, and the others turned pale. Lu Ming's strength was really beyond their imagination. The commotion here also alarmed some of the experts on the sacred mountain. Quite a number of people flew over. There were more and more people here. When the people behind found out about the situation, they were also shocked. With such strength, don't tell me your so-called longevity list doesn't have stronger experts. Lu Ming said, his voice filled with faint contempt. All the aliens' faces were ugly. The vast fiend god realm had countless experts. But now, they were being mocked by a human youth at the edge of the sacred mountain for having no experts. This was too shameful and humiliating. This kid is courting death. Let me slap him to death. An extremely powerful expert from the sacred mountain said with a ferocious look on his face. But Jie emitted a terrifying aura that scared that person away. The kings have ordered that this person can't die. The rest doesn't matter. Jia Yi's voice sounded, causing many to stop. They naturally understood what the kings meant. The kings were referring to the kings of the 10 noble races. What was Lu Ming's background? He actually made the kings give the order that he couldn't die. This made all the aliens even more curious. No one else wants to fight? How disappointing. Lu Ming continued, causing many aliens to feel stifled. They really felt that Lu Ming was asking for a beating. Many powerful existences really wanted to go out and beat Lu Ming up. This guy is very strong. In my opinion, unless the top 20 on the longevity list makes a move, I'm afraid those below that rank won't be his match. Good. Let's spread the news at the sacred mountain. Those in the top 20 will definitely rush over when they hear it. That's right. Many people discussed and then flew towards the sacred mountain. Lu Ming, if you have the guts, wait here. There will naturally be experts coming to fight you. Immortal Luo stared at Lu Ming and said, "As you wish." Chapter 24:20. Regarding Lu Ming's matter, it spread rapidly on the holy mountain. A human youth actually has the orders of various kings, can't die, interesting. Furthermore, his combat power is shockingly strong. Go take a look. On the holy mountain, such discussions were everywhere. Then one figure after another flew out of the holy mountain, arriving near Lu Ming they all. There were even heavenly emperor realm powerhouses descending. It's Labu. Suddenly, someone cried out. Everyone saw a youth come over from the holy mountain, standing in the air. This person was a foreign race royal. He had a head of purple hair, but his appearance was ordinary. His figure was thin, his expression cold, eyes pale gold. When they opened and closed, cold light circulated. After he arrived, his gaze swept over Lu Ming, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Labu is ranked 19th on the longevity list. Cultivating until now, he's only cultivated for over 3,700 years. He's definitely a rare heaven's pride. That's right, with Labu making a move, that kid will lose for sure. You all look, Kueju also came. Everyone was discussing when suddenly, an even stronger cry of surprise erupted. A youth appeared high in the sky. This youth was also a foreign race royal. But different from Labu, he was very handsome, his skin like jade, even more beautiful than women. Seeing this youth, graveness and fear flashed across Labu's pale gold eyes. Kueju was ranked 9th on the longevity list, a full 10 places higher than Labu. His strength was a great deal stronger. The Kueju in the top 10 of the longevity list is all here. This time, see how that human brat is arrogant. That's right, this time, the one being beaten into a dead dog will be him. Really looking forward to it. Everyone was incomparably anticipating, looking forward to the following battle. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was indifferent to all of this. He had a carefree look on his face as he closed his eyes and rested. Following that, more and more experts came here. Dozens of experts from the longevity ranking had come. 7 or 8 of the top 20 had come, and even a few of the top 10 had come. Lu Ming, you're still pretending to be calm there. Now that the experts have already arrived, do you dare to fight or not? Mo Tianluo cried out. Among the people present, no one was more eager to see Lu Ming get beaten up than he was. He couldn't wait to see Lu Ming get beaten up. Is everyone here? I'm afraid that it'll be another bunch of weaklings who can't even withstand a single blow. Why don't we wait a little longer? Lu Ming opened his eyes and said casually. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking almost coughed up blood. Their bodies were filled with fighting spirit, and their eyes were burning with anger. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've defeated a few people. Let me take you on. With a furious roar, a burly alien charged towards Lu Ming. Everyone immediately recognized that this person was an expert ranked 32nd on the 10,000 years list. His battle prowess was extremely profound. Boom! Lu Ming also rushed out and threw out a punch. Lu Ming's fist contained a shocking amount of power, directly destroying his opponent's attack and causing him to cough up blood as he was sent flying. I've already said, you can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming said disdainfully. He didn't want to dilly-dally, so he directly displayed his powerful strength so that the weaker ones wouldn't dare to go up. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking focused their eyes. Lu Ming did have some ability. I'll take you on. A voice sounded. Then a skinny figure stepped out. Everyone recognized that it was La Bu, ranked 19 on the 10,000 years ranking. Finally, the top 20 experts on the 10,000 years ranking were about to make a move. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Make your move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Swish. Before Lu Ming's voice fell, La Bu moved. His speed was astonishing as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. His speed became faster and faster. When he approached Lu Ming, his speed was extremely fast. His palm was like a blade as he slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. When his palm was about to reach Lu Ming, his palm suddenly changed. His palm was like mercury. It suddenly elongated and wriggled, turning into a battle saber. It slashed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. What kind of move is this? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and his muscles trembled. His figure quickly retreated, avoiding the opponent's blade. However, when Lu Ming retreated, the opponent's palm actually changed again, wriggling rapidly and turning into a soft whip with barbs on it. It lashed towards Lu Ming. You can do this? Lu Ming was extremely surprised and struck out with his palm. When his palm struck the soft whip, it was as if he had struck a huge mountain, causing a violent tremor. A 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The opponent's cultivation was equivalent to a 5-star great sovereign. However, the opponent was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to cultivate to this level in a few thousand years. His combat strength was extremely shocking, and definitely could not be measured by an ordinary 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's physical strength alone was still not a match for the opponent. After the collision, Lu Ming kept retreating. Lu Ming is no match for him. I knew that La Bu would win for sure. Come on, teach that kid a lesson. How dare a human be so arrogant in our world? The surrounding foreign tribes were extremely excited. Emo Tianluo, Storm, and the rest were also excited. After pushing Lu Ming back with one blow, La Bu's other hand slashed towards Lu Ming. His other hand had also turned into a weapon, a battle sword, and slashed towards Lu Ming. It seems like I need to use the power of laws. Lu Ming muttered. Then, rays of light appeared on his body one after another. There were more than 10 rays of light that covered Lu Ming's body. It was like a colorful armor on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming used the mutated version of the chaotic divine palm as both of his palms struck towards La Bu. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them clashed continuously, causing loud explosions. La Bu's attacking style was extremely strange. His hands were like mercury, and he could transform into various weapons at will. The key was that his attacks were extremely powerful, and it was impossible to guard against them. However, Lu Ming had unleashed his power of the autonomous realm and more than 10 types of power of laws. His combat strength had increased tremendously, and he was slightly suppressing his opponent. The reason why Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength to defeat his opponent was that Lu Ming felt that these foreign tribes' techniques were extremely strange and mysterious, and he wanted to see more of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, and Lu Ming had gained the upper hand. Around them, the other foreign tribes did not speak, and their faces were filled with depression. Labu was actually at a disadvantage. Those who thought that Labu would win earlier felt that they had lost face. At this moment, Labu's heart was filled with anxiety. Suddenly his attacks changed. He actually dashed toward Lu Ming head-on, adopting a desperate fighting style. However, what shocked Lu Ming was that when Lu Ming charged out, his head, like his hands, changed rapidly and spikes grew out. Chapter 24-21. Lu Ming's palm struck Labu's head. It was as if he had struck a giant hammer. A powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Following that, Labu's waist seemed to have no bones as he bent into a terrifying arc. His legs were like two blades as they slashed towards Lu Ming. The angle was extremely strange and tricky. If an ordinary person was not careful, they would probably not be able to avoid it. Lu Ming displayed the six-feathered divine wings. Coupled with the vibration of his muscles, his speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he dodged the other party's attack. Your entire body can be transformed into a weapon. Interesting. However, this battle should end soon. Lu Ming muttered. The light on his body increased by a few more types. Reincarnation slash. Lu Ming shouted. His palms seemed to be moving water as they danced in the air. In the void, an incomparably huge vortex appeared. This was a divine ability that Lu Ming had created himself. Over the years, Lu Ming had mastered 10 types of supreme laws and 71 types of monarch laws. With so many laws intertwined, countless divine abilities could be produced. Over the years, Lu Ming had also made many attempts and developed some strange divine abilities. However, these divine abilities had different characteristics and the number of laws they contained was also different. Some contained more than 10 types, some more than 20 types, some more than 30 types. The more laws they contained, the stronger the power. However, he had not developed a divine ability that contained 81 types of laws. This was too difficult and required a long time to study. This reincarnation slash was a divine ability that contained more than 10 types of laws. Among them, one was based on the reincarnation law. The other 2 types of supreme laws and 12 types of monarch laws were included. A huge vortex that contained a terrifying cutting force rotated crazily and enveloped Labu. Labu resisted with all his might. His body transformed into various weapons and attacked horizontally. However, at this moment, Lu Ming rushed over and attacked consecutively. Labu finally could not resist and was struck by Lu Ming's consecutive palms. His body shook violently and his body was sent flying thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. Labu was defeated. Many people looked at each other. This human lad was way too strong, wasn't he? Most importantly, they had heard that Lu Ming had only cultivated for less than 200 years. How could he be so strong in less than 200 years? In the depths of the sky, there were also some people watching. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Because in here, any one of them could make the evil god realm tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The reason for that was because these people were the kings that other people spoke of. The evil god race was the king of the 10 great royal races. However, not all of them came, only 5 of them. Each of these 5 was a pinnacle powerhouse of this world, incomparably terrifying. When Lu Ming arrived at the Sage Mountain, these terrifying experts were very curious and came to watch. After all, Lu Ming had the bloodline of sacred ancestor Sha Exin. This brat is actually this strong. It's really unexpected. This kind of genius has ambitions higher than the heavens. It's difficult to make him feel despair. Indeed, this kind of people all have great luck. They are very confident. No matter what kind of situation they face, they firmly believe that they can escape. The outsider kings discussed among themselves. They knew very well what kind of person Lu Ming was, because they themselves were such people. Otherwise, how could they stand at the peak of the world? There's no other way. At this point, we can only continue down. There will definitely be someone on the longevity ranking who can suppress him. An old man said. That's right. The outsider kings nodded in agreement. They seemed to be very confident in one of the people on the 10,000 years ranking. Below. You have some ability, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Lu Ming glanced at La Bu and said indifferently. The youths present looked at each other. They were all experts ranked between 10th and 20th on the longevity ranking, but if they were to fight, they weren't certain that they could win. Although they were stronger than La Bu, they weren't much stronger. They were afraid that if Lu Ming had held back just now, they would most likely lose if they went up. Therefore, they were somewhat hesitant. Me. Kuei-ju said. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Lu Ming. This made many people's eyes light up. Kuei-ju was an expert ranked 9th on the longevity ranking. Those in the top 10 of the longevity ranking were all freaks and shockingly powerful. With Kuei-ju taking action, they were relieved. You're Lu Ming? Kuei-ju looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. I've never heard of an expert like you in the human race. Kuei-ju smiled, looking incomparably handsome. If he were in the human race, countless girls would fall for him. Lu Ming smiled casually and didn't say anything. I don't want to fight fiercely with you. That's what ordinary people do. How about we decide the victor in 3 moves? Kuei-ju said. 3 moves to determine the victor? Lu Ming said. That's right. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, it'll be my loss. However, there's a rule. You can't dodge. You can only meet force with force. How about it? Kuei-ju said, a wisp of cunning flashing in his eyes. But Lu Ming had a bright smile on his face. This kid actually agreed. This time, he's going to lose even more. He actually agreed to meet force with force with force. He's going to lose for sure. The other foreign races laughed wildly in their hearts, revealing a relaxed expression, thinking that Lu Ming was going to lose. Lu Ming didn't know how powerful Kuei-ju was. Lu Ming naturally saw the reactions of the people around him. However, would Lu Ming be afraid? Want to defeat him in 3 moves? Lu Ming was confident that no one below the Heavenly Emperor could do it. Make your move. Lu Ming's voice sounded, and the scene fell silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, waiting for the moment when Lu Ming was defeated. Boom! Kuei-ju's body emitted a powerful aura. 6-star Great Emperor. Kuei-ju's cultivation had already reached 6-star Great Emperor. At this moment, his body emitted a purple light that was incomparably dazzling. Then, pieces of purple scales appeared on his skin. The foreign race's royal race was very similar to the human race. They didn't have any scales on their bodies. However, at this moment, purple scales appeared on Kuei-ju's body once again. Countless scales covered Kuei-ju's body. It's coming. Kuei-ju is going to use this move. Lu Ming is going to lose for sure. Mo Tianlua's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Ming didn't know, but they knew very well. Kuei-ju's strongest point was his explosive power. Kuei-ju had an ultimate move. When used, it consumed a lot of energy, but its power was boundless. The instant explosive power was used, even experts ranked higher than him on the longevity list wouldn't dare to meet it head-on. They could only dodge. However, Kuei-ju could only use this ultimate move a few times. Hence, he had set a 3-move agreement with Lu Ming. Chapter 24-22. At this time, Kuei-ju finally attacked. He shouted, and at least 3/10 of the purple scales on his body flew out and flew toward Lu Ming. These scales were like small flying daggers. They were incomparably sharp, and their might was extremely shocking. They sliced the space into chaos. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles trembled, and the power of his physical body was pushed to the extreme by him. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the indestructible golden body. Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the 18 kinds of laws contained in the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming even tried to make changes to the indestructible ancient sutra. He added several laws to it so that the indestructible ancient sutra's prowess would become stronger. Its recovery ability and defensibility would also become more shocking. Lu Ming didn't fight back at all, letting the scales cut his body. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions. When those scales cut Lu Ming's body, there were constant clanging sounds. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, none of the scales could break Lu Ming's defense. The scales flew past, but Lu Ming was completely fine. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Many people knew how terrifying Kuei-ju's move was. Those scales were 100 times, 1,000 times sharper than real flying knives. Once they were unleashed, they would be invincible. Even some people on the longevity list who were ranked higher than Kuei-ju didn't dare to take them head-on. They could only think of ways to avoid them. However, Lu Ming didn't fight back at all. He just stood there and let Kuei-ju attack, but he couldn't break Lu Ming's defense. How was this possible? What was going on? Many people were stunned. Kuei-ju was stunned. After a long while, everyone reacted. "I don't believe it. Watch me break your defense." "All of you," Kuei-ju roared and pushed his hands. The purple light on his body was incomparably bright, and all the scales burst out. Countless scales, all like flying knives, were densely packed, and there were thousands of them. Lu Ming still didn't move, letting the thousands of scales cut his body. Clang, clang. The ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out. After the concentrated sounds had died down, Lu Ming was still standing there, completely unharmed. There was not a single scar on his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of defensive power was too terrifying. "There's no power at all. Are you playing house?" Lu Ming's disdainful voice sounded, and Kuei-ju's face turned red. The attack that he was so proud of was called child's play by Lu Ming. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The third move. Kuei-ju roared furiously as he waved his hands. Several thousand scales gathered together and connected with each other. Finally, they formed a huge flying dagger. The power of this flying knife was several times stronger than the scattered scales. The attack power was completely concentrated. The throwing knife flew towards Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The power of this flying knife was enough to threaten him. Lu Ming's body constantly shone with light. In the end, Lu Ming used more than 40 types of laws. More than 40 types of laws condensed in Lu Ming's hand, forming a long spear. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The two sharp lights met in the air, erupting with a dazzling light. Rings of light were more dazzling than the sun. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he retreated a few steps. On the other hand, the flying daggers condensed by Kuei-ju simply collapsed, turning into pieces of purple scales that flew in all directions. They then flew back into Kuei-ju's body and disappeared. Kuei-ju kept retreating, his blood and qi surging, and his face was pale. 3 moves, Lu Ming said indifferently, and Kuei-ju's face turned pale again. According to the agreement, if he did not defeat Lu Ming in 3 moves, it would be considered his loss. "I lost." Kuei-ju sighed and retreated. In fact, even if he did not admit defeat, he was not Lu Ming's match. He had used his strongest move, but still could not do anything to Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, the result would be the same. Even Kuei-ju lost. Many of the foreign races had ugly expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable, as if there was no limit to it. Starting from Luo, he had swept through all the battles. No matter how strong they would only be defeated. What should we do? Many people turned to look at the foreign race youths. These people were ranked above Kuei-ju on the longevity list. However, at this moment, they all looked at each other with solemn expressions. For a moment, no one made a move. Although Kuei-ju's ranking was lower than theirs, his explosive power was not inferior to theirs. In fact, he was even stronger than them. Their overall combat strength was above Kuei-ju's, but if they were to take 3 moves from Kuei-ju like Lu Ming, they would be the ones to lose. Under such circumstances, even Kuei-ju had been defeated. Could they defeat Lu Ming? They had no confidence at all. The other foreign races were also silent. Could it be that no one could suppress Lu Ming? Could it be that the celestial emperors had to take action? However, a celestial emperor had cultivated for who knew how many years. If he took action against a junior like Lu Ming, it would be too embarrassing. Even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. I didn't expect a human who has cultivated for less than 200 years to have such combat strength. I'm itching to test my skills. At this moment, a chuckle was heard. Following that, a young figure appeared in the air. Seeing this person, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, because this foreign race was somewhat different from the ones Lu Ming had seen before. This outsider looked very similar to a human. However, he was different from the royals of the outsider races. He had a head of fiery red hair and a third eye between his brows. It was scarlet like a small sun. Especially on his back, there was a pair of fiery red wings. There were even flames burning fiercely. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen such a foreign race. "It's Prince Kong Duo!" Someone cried out in surprise. "Prince?" It seems that Kong Duo is also a foreign race royalty. It seems that there's more than one kind of appearance. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Prince Kong Duo is actually here. Prince Kong Duo is ranked second on the longevity list. He's going to attack. It's been many years since I've seen Prince Kong Duo attack. At least a few hundred years. This time, I'm in for a treat. Many of the foreign races discussed in surprise. Kong Duo had a gentle smile on his face. He nodded at the crowd, then flapped his wings and flew toward Lu Ming. To have your strength after cultivating for less than 200 years, to be honest, I've never seen anyone like you. Even that guy spent more time than you to reach your combat strength. Kong Duo smiled. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Who was the guy Kong Duo was talking about? Kong Duo go all out? You must defeat him. At this moment, a voice sounded in Kong Duo's ears. Father. Chapter 24-23. Kong Duo was shocked. He did not expect his father to be near the sacred mountain and pay attention to this matter. His father had even given him an order to defeat Lu Ming. Who was his father? He was the king of one of the 10 great royal families. Why would he pay attention to Lu Ming? What is this kid's background? Kong Duo's heart was filled with doubt, but his eyes flashed with determination. He must defeat Lu Ming. Nodding silently, Kong Duo looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, make your move. Kong Duo's 3 eyes emitted a fiery red light. At the same time, blazing flames spread out from his body. With a flap of his wings, swoosh, Kong Duo charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of fiery red lightning. In the process, a battle sword appeared in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent like fire jade. He slashed at Lu Ming. Peak Great Emperor. As soon as Kong Duo attacked, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Kong Duo was a peak Great Emperor. Moreover, Kong Duo was not an ordinary peak Great Emperor. He was a genius and his combat strength was stronger than ordinary peak Great Emperors. Compared to the human race, he was equivalent to a peak Great Emperor who had mastered the strongest Great Tao. Such a person's strength was unquestionable. He was almost invincible below the Heavenly Emperor. Open! Lu Ming muttered as he unleashed all the strength in his body. Rays of light flashed on his body one after another. They were all types of laws. In total, 81 types of laws were unleashed. In an instant, Lu Ming unleashed all the strength in his body to the maximum. If it was before he came to the foreign race, when Lu Ming had only mastered a dozen types of laws, he would not be a match for a peak Great Emperor with his own strength. Just like in the Void Sacred Island, when he encountered a peak Great Emperor, he had to rely on his Heavenly Emperor physical body to fight against the enemy. However, it was different now. Even though his flesh had not improved, he had mastered 81 kinds of laws. Thus his strength had improved significantly. He was confident that he could take on a peak martial monarch. The 81 laws finally transformed into a suit of primal chaos that covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the great desolate spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming swept out with his spear, causing space to explode. The great desolate spear emitted a terrifying vibration as it collided with Kong Duo's battle sword. Boom! It was as if 2 stars had collided, erupting with a terrifying rumble and blazing light. Following that, both of their bodies trembled as they retreated continuously. What terrifying power! The power of that flame even surpasses the laws and the Great Tao. It can burn everything. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The temperature of his opponent's flames was shockingly high. Even though he had a battle suit condensed from 81 types of nomological laws, it was almost burned to ashes. But he didn't know that Kong Duo was also shocked. In the entire evil god realm, below the heavenly emperor, there were only a handful of people who could take him on. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the peak martial monarch level, and yet he could block his attack. Both of their minds were racing, but their bodies did not stop moving. As they retreated, both of them stepped on the void and charged towards each other again. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle, killing each other crazily. The space was torn apart by the two of them, and no one dared to stay within 100,000 miles. Such a battle was too terrifying. Other than the heavenly emperor, if anyone else was dragged into it, they would only die. The two of them fought in the dark void at times and in the sky at other times. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to determine the victor. So terrifying. All the foreign races were shocked. Lu Ming was actually able to fight with Kong Duo to this extent. It was really too shocking. It was especially so for Mo Tianluo, who was extremely shocked. Among everyone, he felt it the most as he had fought with Lu Ming in the past. But now, if Lu Ming were to give it his all, he could crush him with a finger. Deep in the sky, the few foreign race kings were silent as they watched without blinking. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 200 moves. Awesome! Lu Ming roared as his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His muscles were trembling in excitement. It had been more than 100 years since he had fought to his heart's content. In his bones, he was still fond of fighting and killing. Only in battle could he improve faster. In the battle with Kong Duo, he could unleash all of his strength to the fullest. Reincarnation / Death Abyss. Chaos Crush. Space-Time Cage. Karma Cycle. Destiny Heavenly Wheel. Lu Ming's body flickered as he unleashed all kinds of terrifying divine abilities. These divine abilities were created by Lu Ming over the years by combining various laws. They were extremely powerful. Every divine ability had a different effect, and when combined together, they were extremely useful. The more they fought, the stronger Lu Ming became. He was also more familiar with the use of various divine abilities and slowly gained the upper hand. Kong Duo was suppressed and was forced to retreat. "Is that all you've got? How disappointing." Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing Kong Duo's face to turn ugly. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Furnace of incineration. Kong Duo roared as his third eye suddenly exploded with a blazing radiance. Hoo. His third eye turned into a fiery red whirlpool that spun rapidly. Inside it, there was a terrifying heat. In addition, there was a terrifying suction force that was trying to suck Lu Ming in. One. Lu Ming's muscles trembled rapidly. At the same time, he used the 6-feathered divine wings in an attempt to escape from this suction force. This suction force was so strong that Lu Ming couldn't escape for a while. "Come in!" Kong Duo roared as his entire body was covered in blazing flames. He rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The closer he got to Lu Ming, the stronger the suction force in his third eye. Through that eye, Lu Ming could even see a flaming furnace inside, and flames were burning fiercely. "Get in!" Kong Duo roared. "Let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear shook and exploded the void, tearing apart the suction force. Then, he quickly retreated and avoided Kong Duo. However, Kong Duo's speed was also astonishing. He chased after Lu Ming, making it difficult for Lu Ming to escape. Even Kong Duo's body slowly melted, turning into rays of light that flew into his third eye. In the end, Kong Duo's body completely disappeared and flew into his third eye. Then, a furnace appeared in the air. The furnace shook and rapidly expanded. In the end, it was even larger than hundreds of giant mountains. It suppressed Lu Ming and sealed the void. An even more terrifying suction force acted on Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to stiffen. Swish! Chapter 24-24. Kong Duo transformed into a giant furnace and swallowed Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming being swallowed into the furnace, many of the foreign races heaved a sigh of relief. That kid is done for. Incinerating furnace, the strongest technique of Kong Duo's lineage. It's inherited from his bloodline. Once swallowed, he'll be burned to ashes. Look at how arrogant that kid is. He's dead for sure. The foreign races discussed joyfully. Not far away, Jia Yi's eyes flashed. He wanted to help, but he knew that the kings were watching from the sky. If they didn't ask him to help, he naturally wouldn't. Indeed, the kings were watching from the sky. What should we do? Should we save him? He has the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Shah Exit. He can't die. A foreign race king said. I think we should wait and see. He has the bloodline of Saint Ancestor Shah Exit. I don't think he'll die so easily. That's right. Let's wait and see. The other foreign race kings nodded. They felt that it would be best if Lu Ming begged for mercy. As soon as Lu Ming was swallowed into the furnace, he felt endless flames enveloping him, burning fiercely. The terrifying high temperature was about to burn him into ashes. Lu Ming covered his body with 81 types of laws. At the same time, he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to resist the burning power outside. However, the flames were too terrifying. Even if many types of laws were intertwined, they would still be burned to ashes. One law after another was burned through. It wasn't that Lu Ming's laws weren't powerful, but they were slightly inferior compared to their current combat strength. One had to know that the Emperor realm corresponded to the Great Tao. Therefore, even a mysterious law like the Destiny Law couldn't display its power at this moment. It would also be burned through. Through the laws, waves of terrifying heat flowed through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's muscles were about to be burned apart. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. His clothes and hair were instantly burned to ashes. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to resist with all his might. Now, the recovery ability of the indestructible ancient scripture was even more shocking. After his flesh was burned, it immediately recovered, becoming as white as jade. Lu Ming relied on the indestructible ancient scripture to persevere. This furnace is indeed powerful, but it can't do anything to me. I can use the flames here to temper my body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. For more than 100 years, Lu Ming had not found any good heavenly materials or earthly treasures to cultivate his physical body. He had been progressing step by step in the 7 gods' mysterious arts and had reached the peak of the middle stage of the 5th level. However, he had been stuck at a bottleneck. This time, he might find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming slightly weakened the power of the indestructible ancient scripture, allowing some of the flames to help temper his body. Chi. Some of the flames spread throughout Lu Ming's body. The terrifying heat seeped into Lu Ming's bones, organs, and even his cells, wanting to burn Lu Ming to ashes. Lu Ming activated the 7 gods' mysterious art and began to refine his body. Just like that, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, countless alien races looked at the furnace in the sky and waited patiently. Has that kid been refined? It's been 3 hours. If an ordinary expert of the same level as Kong Duo was sucked into the furnace, they would be refined in less than half an hour. But Kong Duo didn't stop. That kid shouldn't have been refined yet. It's been so long. Will Kong Duo be able to hold on? Many of the alien races began to discuss the situation, not knowing what was going on. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Lu Ming had been sucked into the furnace for 5 hours. Why is the power of the flames getting weaker and weaker? In the furnace, Lu Ming was puzzled. It seems that it takes energy to maintain the furnace's high temperature. Kong Duo won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Ming guessed. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. After 5 hours of tempering, Lu Ming's body had made great progress. He felt that his body could break through at any time. Once he broke through, his 7 gods' mystic art would reach the late stage of the 5th level. He would be able to suppress an ordinary peak Great Emperor with his physical strength alone. In addition to the power of the world and the 81 types of laws, Lu Ming's combat strength would skyrocket. After another half an hour, the power of the flames in the furnace became even weaker. It was no longer of much use to Lu Ming's tempering. It's time to go out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He held the great spear in his hand and rushed to the side. Boom! Lu Ming stabbed the walls of the furnace with his spear. The furnace shook violently. Boom! 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 Lu Ming attacked with all his strength. The furnace shook even more violently as if it was about to explode. Outside, all the alien races were shocked. Oh no, that kid isn't dead. He's attacking the furnace. How terrifying. He's not dead after so long. What kind of monster is that kid? The furnace can't hold on for much longer. Many of the alien races shouted in shock. Boom, boom, boom. The furnace shook violently. From the outside, one could see that one side of the furnace was constantly bulging. In the end, cracks covered the wall. Boom. In the end, the entire furnace exploded. Waves of heat swept in all directions. A scream spread in all directions. Everyone saw Kong Duo's body fly far away. His face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Kong Duo's third eye was already closed, but blood continued to flow out. The furnace was broken, and Kong Duo was seriously injured. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and stood in the void. His aura was extremely vigorous, and he was completely fine. You've lost, Lu Ming said. Sigh. Kong Duo sighed and did not say anything. He flew to the side and sat down cross-legged. A layer of flames spread out from his body as he began to heal his injuries. The alien races present looked at each other. Kong Duo was actually defeated. Even Kong Duo was not a match for Lu Ming. Then on the longevity list, or rather, below the Heavenly Emperor realm, who could be a match for him? Could it be that today, the vast evil god realm, the mighty evil god tribe, would be bullied by a human kid? Now it seems that below the Heavenly Emperor realm, only the first prince can suppress him. At this time, someone spoke. These words shocked the hearts of all the alien races present, and then their eyes lit up one after another. That's right, only the first prince can make a move. The first prince has the densest bloodline of the sacred ancestor. His talent is the #1 in our race since ancient times. He can definitely suppress him. That's right, the first prince has only cultivated for a few hundred years. Voices rang out one after another. Those alien races seemed to be filled with strong confidence in the first prince. First prince? What a strange name. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, the other party had cultivated for a few hundred years and was actually praised by so many alien races. His talent was astonishing. Lu Ming, the first prince of our race, is on the holy mountain, but he's in seclusion. I'm afraid it will take some time. Do you dare to wait here? Someone shouted. Why not? Chapter 24-25. Alright, just you wait. Let me tell you, the first prince of our race is ranked first on the longevity list. Someone said. Then, someone flew towards the sacred mountain, apparently to invite the first prince. Lu Ming, on the other hand, flew to the side and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. The first prince's combat power is definitely above Kong Duo's. With my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him. However, my physical body is about to break through. I might as well take this opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. Lu Ming made up his mind. Then, he took out a bunch of imperial herbs and began to cultivate the 7 divine mystic arts. He absorbed the medicinal power of the imperial herbs and tried to break through to the 5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts. After the tempering in the furnace, Lu Ming's body had almost broken through the bottleneck and could break through at any time. At this moment, Lu Ming was cultivating. His body seemed to be very hungry and thirsty as it absorbed the external energy crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming's physical body seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring the energy from the outside world. No, it's better to cultivate in the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming thought. Being stared at by so many people made Lu Ming very uncomfortable. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram appeared, and Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the mountain and river diagram. A grotto heaven treasure from the heavenly realm. Many of the foreign races whispered, not caring. With the mountain and river diagram here, Lu Ming could not escape at all. Especially the great emperors, they could break through the attacks of the grotto heaven treasure and attack the people inside. Many of the foreign races were waiting there. The first prince was in seclusion. Even if someone went to invite him, no one knew how long it would take for him to come out. After Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, he no longer restrained himself and took out a large number of imperial herbs, sacred herbs, and supreme-grade origin stones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As long as Lu Ming cultivated the 7 divine mystic arts, Lu Ming's physical body would turn into a black hole and devour the energy crazily. The energy of the emperor herbs, saint herbs, and supreme-grade origin stones were all absorbed by Lu Ming's body. As soon as the energy entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into every cell in Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming improve the strength of his body. As the days passed, Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger. Boom! Half a month later, Lu Ming's physical strength had been raised to the extreme. Then, with a loud bang, the aura emitted from his body skyrocketed. At the same time, all the bones and muscles in his body were vibrating crazily, undergoing a transformation. His skin emitted a layer of treasure light, like the light of a divine weapon. Moments later, his muscles and bones finally stopped vibrating and calmed down. At this time, Lu Ming had completely broken through and cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the late 5th level. Lu Ming's strength increased explosively. He felt as if there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. At the same time, the strength of his muscles, defense, and vitality had also increased explosively, reaching an unbelievable level. Lu Ming had a feeling that he was invincible among the great emperors just by relying on the strength of his body. Ah, good. Let the foreign race's first prince come. Lu Ming laughed loudly. His spiritual consciousness spread out through the mountain and river diagram to observe the movements outside. He found that the first prince had not come yet. Lu Ming did not care. He continued to circulate the 7 gods' mysterious art to consolidate his realm, slowly moving toward the late 5th level limit. After reaching the late 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art, the next step was to break through to the 6th level. Once the 7 gods' mysterious art reached the 6th level, the strength of his body alone would be comparable to a heavenly emperor. That would be truly terrifying. However, without a great opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to break through. The ancient body cultivation lineage had been passed down for so long, but there were only a few people who reached the heavenly emperor realm. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art to the 6th level. Lu Ming cultivated quietly. In a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this time, there was finally movement outside. A figure silently appeared in the sky, overlooking the mountains and rivers. All the foreign races fell silent at the same time. It was just a young foreign race, similar to the human race. He was obviously from the royal family. However, he was different from the other royal families. He was extremely handsome, and his hair was golden. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. His 3 eyes were also golden. When he opened and closed them, they were filled with supreme majesty. The first prince. The first royal family of the evil god tribe, known as the strongest prodigy in the history of the evil god tribe. He had reached the peak of the great emperor realm in less than 300 years of cultivation. He was known to have the bloodline closest to the foreign race's divine ancestor. His combat strength was even more shocking. Experts of the same level could not withstand a single blow from him. Greetings, first prince. Countless foreign races bowed to the first prince. Even some heavenly emperors did the same. Their eyes were filled with respect. The first prince was destined to be invincible in the future. Where is he? The first prince asked. In that grotto heaven treasure. Someone pointed to the mountain and river diagram. The first prince's golden eyes looked at the mountain and river diagram. Boom! The first prince suddenly stomped his foot. A huge foot formed and pressed down on the mountain and river diagram. He actually attacked directly. It was abnormally domineering. The mountain and river diagram turned into a stream of light and flew out, dodging the attack. Then a light flashed. Lu Ming's figure appeared and kept the mountain and river diagram. Make your move. I don't have so much time to waste. The first prince had his hands behind his back. His indifferent gaze swept toward Lu Ming. Cold, domineering, and filled with endless confidence. This was the first prince. He was high and mighty like a deity looking down on the common people. It was as if nothing could enter his eyes. Since you don't have time, please go back. I don't have so much time to waste with you. Lu Ming also said coldly. The other party's attitude made him unhappy. Ignorant. The first prince said indifferently. Lu Ming's words did not make him angry because Lu Ming was not qualified to make him angry. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an ignorant ant. Boom. At this moment, the first prince emitted a powerful aura. It was indeed the aura of a peak great emperor. However, it gave people a terrifying pressure as if they were facing a heavenly emperor. The first prince took a step forward. His body turned into a golden stream of light and rushed toward Lu Ming. He then threw a punch. He still had one hand behind his back as if to say that he only needed one hand to deal with Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated and he threw a punch too. Lu Ming did not use his supreme force in this punch. It was purely his physical strength. Boom. The two fists collided heavily and there was a loud explosion. Then, a figure was pushed back 100 miles. It was Lu Ming. The one who was pushed back was Lu Ming. The first prince did not move at all. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming was shocked. Chapter 24-26. One had to know that he could completely suppress ordinary peak great emperors with just the strength of his physical body. But that punch just now, he was completely no match for it. He felt that the first prince's physical body was also terrifyingly strong, far surpassing other peak great emperors. Of course, the most shocking thing was still the kind of energy that the other party cultivated. It was like the energy of the ancient cultivation system, indestructible. To be able to block my punch and not be injured, there are extremely few below Heavenly Emperor. Your strength is not bad, no wonder you can defeat Kong Duo. The first prince opened his mouth, but his voice was still indifferent, high and mighty, filled with endless confidence. However, some of the surrounding Heavenly Emperor powerhouses revealed a look of shock in their eyes. They were not shocked by the first prince's combat strength, but by Lu Ming. Because just now, Lu Ming did not unleash the law, but relied solely on his physical body. Just relying on his physical body, he blocked the first prince's move. This was too shocking. They had seen Lu Ming attack before. Lu Ming's physical strength was not so strong before. Could it be that he concealed his strength previously, or he broke through this month? Many foreign races had this thought in their hearts. First prince, be careful. A heavenly emperor of a foreign race reminded. You're looking down on me. The first prince looked at this person, his golden eyes emitting a cold radiance. That heavenly emperor's face changed and hurriedly said, No, how would I dare to look down on the prince? It's fine if you don't. A human race brat, I can easily suppress him. The first prince opened his mouth indifferently, looked at Lu Ming again, took a step out, and blasted towards Lu Ming again. Still one hand behind his back, only using one hand. The power of this punch was several notches stronger than before. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes revealed fighting spirit, his entire body emitting various kinds of light, no less than a dozen. Boom. With the support of the law, Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger, and he blasted out another punch. Another violent explosion sounded out. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat, successfully blocking the first prince's attack. The first prince was stunned, clearly somewhat surprised, as if he did not expect that under this punch, Lu Ming actually did not retreat. However, the first prince was only slightly taken aback. His movements did not stop. His fist turned into a palm, and his palm was like a blade, slashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's reaction was also very fast. He waved his palm to block. Bang, bang. The two of them moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows before drifting back. This is your strength? It's not that great. Lu Ming chuckled. The first prince's golden eyes turned cold. Lu Ming's strength had indeed somewhat exceeded his expectations. In the past, unless his opponent's cultivation base was higher than his, he would defeat his opponents with a single hand. Even Kong Duo, who was ranked second on the longevity list, couldn't force him to use his second hand. But now, he couldn't deal with Lu Ming. You do have some strength, but in front of me, you are still far from enough. The first prince said coldly. His other hand finally reached out. The first prince rushed towards Lu Ming like a stream of light and unleashed a terrifying attack. Good timing! Lu Ming let out a long roar, and all kinds of laws emanated from his body. Bang! 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 The two of them once again charged at each other and engaged in a fierce battle. This time, the battle was even more intense and terrifying than the battle between Lu Ming and Kong Duo. How can this Lu Ming be so strong? How is it possible? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength in the battle with Kong Duo? Many of the foreign races were extremely shocked. Lu Ming's strength seemed to be bottomless. They sent out stronger people, but Lu Ming's strength was also endless. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Prince Di had exchanged hundreds of blows. Destroyed. The first prince let out a long roar. Golden light burst out from his third eye like divine swords, slashing towards Lu Ming. The two of them worked together, and their attacks were even stronger. However, Lu Ming's laws were also increasing. At this moment, Lu Ming had already unleashed 49 laws. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow and retreated at the same time. If that's all you've got, then you'll lose. Lu Ming said coldly. The laws on his body increased, and his aura became stronger. In the end, 81 laws covered his body, and Lu Ming's aura reached its peak. This made the faces of all the foreign races turn ugly. Was the first prince going to lose too? No, it couldn't be. Many of the foreign races shook their heads frantically. You're the first person in hundreds of years to force me to this extent. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate strength. Supreme. Descent. The first prince let out a long roar. An extremely bright light burst out from his third eye. The golden light was even more dazzling than the sun. Then, a figure appeared in the first prince's third eye. The figure stepped out of Prince Di's third eye. It was a burly figure, but he was shrouded in a golden light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but his aura was extremely terrifying. Divine Ancestor, the aura of the Divine Ancestor. The Divine Ancestor has descended. No, it's the power of the Divine Ancestor. The first prince's bloodline is the closest to the Divine Ancestor. He can already borrow a trace of the Divine Ancestor's power. Many of the foreign races shouted. Kill. The first prince shouted. The figure stepped out and charged towards Lu Ming. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. He could sense danger and pressure from this figure. But he was not afraid. It was just the power of the first prince. It could not be the Divine Ancestor himself. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and charged forward, engaging in an intense battle with that figure. Boom! 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 The two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they were evenly matched. Merge with my body! The first prince shouted again. The figure retreated, turned into a ray of light, and merged with the first prince's body. The first prince's aura became stronger. Kill! The first prince charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them fought again. The void collapsed, and the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was in chaos. Endless space storms swept up. The battle between the two of them was too powerful. It could destroy heaven and earth. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Is this still a great emperor? How can a great emperor have such combat strength? Oh my God, this is a battle between heavenly emperors. The two of them fought to the extreme. The power that erupted was too strong, far surpassing that of ordinary peak great emperors. If other peak great emperors were to enter, they would probably be killed in one move. The power that the two of them displayed had far surpassed the level of a great emperor. A battle between the peak. A true battle between the peak. Bam, bam, bam. As the battle progressed, the two of them fought crazily and were hit continuously. Both of them were hit, but they did not care. They continued to fight. Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture. Although he was hit, he could recover quickly. Chapter 24-27. This battle lasted for more than 1,000 moves. At this stage, it was no longer a competition of battle strength but endurance. In the end, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture and an unparalleled physical body. He slowly gained the upper hand and started to suppress the first prince. At this moment, both of them were covered in blood because they had been hit too many times. Pooh! Lu Ming punched the first prince's shoulder again. Half of his body almost exploded. At the same time, Lu Ming was also hit. His injuries were also very serious. However, his recovery speed was faster than the other party. Kill! Lu Ming did not give the other party a chance to recover at all. He charged forward with his injuries. The more they fought, the more serious the first prince's injuries were. He was less and less of a match for Lu Ming. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Gotcha! The first prince's chest was hit. His bones were broken and his body flew far away. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was extremely weak. Lu Ming was about to completely suppress the other party in one go. However, at this moment, a light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This figure was wearing a crown and emitted an earth-shattering aura. Under this aura, Lu Ming could not move at all. He could not even move a finger. The Alien King. This was the Alien King. He was terrifyingly powerful. The difference between Lu Ming and the other party was too great. Enough! The Alien King said coldly. His face was very gloomy. Greetings to the king. Many people bowed. The evil god tribe had 10 royal tribes. The king of each royal tribe had a high status and was respected by most of the other races. Today's battle ends here. Everyone back off. The Alien King instructed. Yes. Many of the other races bowed and then flew towards the Saint Mountain. However, they were shocked in their hearts. This was especially so for Mo Tianluo, Storm, and a few others. They were even a little dazed. They understood that even if the Alien King appeared, it would not change the fact that the first prince had also been defeated. This so-called strongest genius in the history of the evil god tribe had also been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming defeated the entire 10,000 years list by himself. This was something they had never dreamt of. The first prince stood in the distance, his golden eyes flickering with a cold light. Kill! The first prince shouted coldly. He turned into a stream of light and charged toward Lu Ming. He had always been invincible. Now that he had suffered his first defeat, he developed a strong desire to kill Lu Ming. However, halfway through, he was blocked by a power. It was the power of the Outsider King. You cannot kill him. The Alien King spoke. This person is a human. He must be killed, or there will be no end of trouble in the future. The first prince shouted. Whether we kill or not, we know what we're doing. Stand down. The Outsider King berated. The first prince's expression changed. Even though he was known as the strongest prodigy in the history of the evil god world and had an extremely high status, he still did not dare to act impudently in front of the Alien King. The 10 kings of the evil god tribe were the 10 people with the highest status in the evil god realm, excluding the sacred ancestor. Stand down. Another voice sounded in the first prince's ears. Hearing this voice, the first prince's expression changed again, because this voice was his father's voice. His golden eyes coldly swept over Lu Ming. The first prince turned into a streak of light and flew toward the sacred mountain. At the scene, only Lu Ming, Jia Yi, and a few others were left. Lu Ming did not say anything. Being in the evil god world, he had no choice. No matter what the other party wanted to do with him, he was already prepared. However, they could forget about making him submit. In the depths of the sky, several outsider kings were discussing something. What should we do now? One of the outsider kings asked. All of this was completely out of their expectations, and it was also completely out of their control. Their plan was to let Lu Ming see the strength of their evil god world, to make Lu Ming despair and make Lu Ming submit. However, they had never imagined that Lu Ming's talent would be so high, and his combat strength would be so strong. He had actually broken through the longevity list. In this way, the ones who would suffer would be them, the evil god tribe, and not Lu Ming. Below the heavenly emperor, no one could defeat Lu Ming. How could they make Lu Ming submit? Their plan had failed. I really didn't expect this child's talent to be so strong. No wonder Saint Ancestor Shah Xn would choose him. Once Saint Ancestor Shah Xn revives in his body, he will definitely be able to return to his peak. That's right. Unfortunately, the prison-suppressing steel is in the way. The Outsider King's expressions were very ugly. For a moment, they could not think of a way. They could not take away the prison-suppressing steel, and Lu Ming did not submit. There was nothing they could do. Are we going to ask the Saint Ancestor? One Outsider King spoke, but the other Outsider Kings fell silent. No, after that battle, the Saint Ancestor has been in seclusion to recover from his injuries. Unless it's extremely urgent, we can't disturb him. That's right. I suggest that we wait for a while and spend some time researching. I don't believe that we can't find a way to take away the prison-suppressing steel. The other Outsider Kings spoke one after another. A few hundred years, a few thousand years, or even a few tens of thousands of years, was just the blink of an eye in their eyes. At most, they would spend another few tens of thousands of years researching. They did not believe that they could not find a way. I suggest that we imprison Lu Ming in the eternal cage. This kid hasn't even lived for 200 years. If we imprison him in the eternal cage for a few thousand years or even a few tens of thousands of years, he might submit. That's right. The non-humankind kings all nodded and reached a consensus. I'll bring him there. One of the emperors of the foreign tribes said before disappearing with a flicker. Lu Ming suddenly felt a powerful force shrouding him. His vision turned dark and he could not see anything. Let's see what you're up to. Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He sat down with his legs crossed and waited patiently. After some time, Lu Ming was swept away by a force and left the darkness. A light appeared in front of him. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around. He discovered that he had appeared in a stone chamber. The stone chamber's door was tightly shut. Looks like I'm locked back in the secret chamber again. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Since he was here, he might as well take things as they came. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation to adjust his breathing. In the previous battle, he had more or less suffered some injuries. Although he had the indestructible ancient scripture, he had not fully recovered. After a period of recuperation, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state not long after. In the following time, Lu Ming comprehended the laws every day and tempered his physical body. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Gotcha. On this day, the stone chamber's door opened. An outsider wearing red battle armor walked in. Heavenly Emperor! Seeing this outsider, Lu Ming's heart stirred. This outsider was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Follow me. The red-armored outsider said coldly, then turned around and left. Chapter 24-28. Lu Ming walked out of the stone room and followed the blood-red armored foreign race. So many stone rooms? Lu Ming was taken aback. Outside the stone room, there was a stone passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were stone doors. Clearly, these were all stone rooms. This place was completely different from the place where Lu Ming was imprisoned for 100 years. This place was definitely not the capital city. At this time, the doors of the stone rooms opened one after another, and figures walked out from inside. Human race. Lu Ming was taken aback. Those who walked out of those stone rooms were actually from the human race. One person walked out of each stone room. Could these humans have been captured from the heaven realm? Not long after, Lu Ming saw some divine beasts again, but all of them had transformed into human form. In addition, Lu Ming also discovered a characteristic, and that was that some people were like him, not wearing anything on their bodies, just like when they were outside. However, some of them wore silver-chained armor that covered their arms and legs. What is this place? A place to imprison the prisoners of the heaven realm? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind one after another. The others also saw Lu Ming, revealing curious looks. But no one spoke, because there were many foreign races wearing blood-red armor, and all of them had heavenly emperor realm cultivation. Lu Ming saw that there were no less than 10 of them. Following the passageway, they walked all the way forward. Not long after, the passageway came to an end. At the end of the passageway was a huge cave. It was very huge. Above the cave, there was a hole, and a beam of light shot down from the hole. Lu Ming guessed that this might be the interior of a mountain. There were passageways all around the cave. From each passageway, people gathered. The majority were humans, and there were also divine beasts. In fact, Lu Ming saw foreign races also wearing silver chain armor, looking like prisoners. Around the cave stood foreign races wearing fiery red armor. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to be heavenly emperors. Most of them were great emperors. But there were a lot of them, more than 200 of them. The power of the foreign races gathered in this place was shockingly strong. Is this a cage of the alien race? Lu Ming speculated. Hey little brother, you're new here. I've never seen you before. At this time, a big man with messy hair walked over and greeted Lu Ming. Yes, I've only been here for a few months. As Lu Ming spoke, he also sized up the other party. The other party looked to be in his 50s. His hair and beard were messy, but one could still vaguely see that he was very handsome. There was a dignified aura around him. He was also wearing a chain armor. You should be from the heaven realm, right? And from the heaven realm, you should be less than 1,000 years old. You still have the smell of the heaven realm on you, a familiar yet strange smell. The large man sighed, revealing a nostalgic expression. Big brother, did you also come from the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. However, that was many, many years ago. I don't even know how many years ago it was. I heard that it should be the ancient era. The large man sighed. Ancient era? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the other party was captured by the foreign races during the war in the ancient era and imprisoned here? From the ancient era until now, how many years had it been? It was really hard to imagine. Are the humans and divine beasts here all seniors from the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked again. No, only a small portion of them came from the heaven realm. The large man shook his head. A small portion? Lu Ming was shocked. Don't tell me you think that only the heaven realm and the primordial realm have humans? In fact, there are humans in the evil god realm too. The large man laughed. There are humans in the evil god tribe? This time, Lu Ming was even more shocked. He had never heard that there were humans in the evil god realm. Weren't the evil god realm full of foreign races? The 10 royal foreign races occupied the entire evil god realm. I'm a human here. Ching Tsong, this little brother, are you from the heaven realm? At this time, a large man with fiery red hair walked over. He looked to be in his 50s and was also wearing a chain armor. The large man with messy hair from before was called Ching Tsong. That's right. Ching Tsong nodded and introduced. He's called Wu Tai, a human from the evil god realm. Little brother, what's your name? I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming introduced himself and then started chatting with Ching Tsong and Wu Tai. Both of them were very forthright. As they chatted, Lu Ming learned a lot about this place. This place was called the Eternal Prison. It was a place where the foreign races imprisoned criminals. Once they were imprisoned, it would be difficult for them to leave. When these people were imprisoned, they were given medicine on the spot. Yes, medicine. Every once in a while, the foreign races would send people to draw their blood and use their blood to refine pills for the foreign races to consume to increase their cultivation. Moreover, Lu Ming knew that there were humans in the evil god realm. They were still in a place called the hell-suppressing world, resisting the foreign races. Moreover, the hell-suppressing world was very powerful. Hell-suppressing world? The name is so similar to the hell-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he thought of many things. Perhaps the foreign races were held back by the hell-suppressing world, which was why they couldn't attack the heavenly world. Why are there outsiders imprisoned here as well? Lu Ming asked again. Because some foreign races are against attacking the heavenly world. Look, there are more than 10 foreign races over there. They are all very powerful existences, but they were against attacking the heavenly world in the ancient era. That's why they are imprisoned here. Ching Tsong pointed to the left. Lu Ming looked over. True enough, he saw more than 10 foreign clans. All of them were members of the foreign clan and they were wearing silver chain armor. I see. Lu Ming was enlightened. It seemed like not all foreign races were in favor of attacking the heavenly world. There were some who were against it. In fact, Lu Ming had always been curious. Why did the foreign races have to attack the heavenly world? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live in peace? Big brother Qingtsong, you have been imprisoned here since the ancient era. Could it be that after so many years, no one has escaped from here? Lu Ming asked again. Qingtsong shook his head and sighed. The entire eternal cage is enveloped by a treasure and set up a terrifying restriction. It is said that the treasure is the treasure of the evil god race's sacred ancestor. Once it is set up, the restriction cannot be broken at all. Moreover, that restriction also has a terrifying killing power. As long as one is inside the restriction, once there is any movement and the restriction is activated, even a peak heavenly emperor will be killed. Lu Ming was shocked. If a peak heavenly emperor was to be killed, that would be too terrifying. A peak heavenly emperor was the strongest person in the world. Lu Ming could not imagine how strong he was. Lu Ming, brother Qingtsong, is a peak heavenly emperor. On the side, Wu Tai spoke up. What? Peak heavenly emperor. Chapter 24-29. Qingtsong was actually a peak heavenly emperor. A peak heavenly emperor, whether it was in the evil god realm or the heaven realm, was in existence at the peak. There weren't many such people in the evil god realm or the heaven realm. According to what Lu Ming knew, the top 10 war beasts were peak heavenly emperors at their peak. And this seemingly ordinary person in front of him, who couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura, was actually a peak heavenly emperor. Qingtsong used to be a famous figure in the heaven realm. Brother Lu Ming, have you never heard of him? Wu Tai looked at Lu Ming curiously. No. Lu Ming shook his head. Wu Tai, how long has it been since I was in the heaven realm? So many years have passed, who still remembers my name? Qingtsong laughed, not minding it. The 9-headed golden lion is famous everywhere. Back then, even the evil god realm had a thunderous reputation. Wu Tai grinned. What? 9-headed golden lion. This time, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Of course he knew about the 9-headed golden lion. Who didn't know about one of the top 10 war beasts, the 9-headed golden lion? However, it was said that the 9-headed golden lion had already died in battle during the ancient war. The Qingtsong in front of him was actually one of the top 10 war beasts, the 9-headed golden lion. So he wasn't dead. You've heard of it? Well, I said, of course, who hasn't heard of the 9-headed golden lion, one of the top 10 war beasts? Lu Ming said, everything is just a false reputation. Aren't you still a prisoner? Qingtsong laughed at himself. Big brother Qingtsong, big brother Wu Tai, why are you wearing this chain armor but I'm not? Lu Ming asked curiously. This kind of armor can seal a person's cultivation. It is covered with formations that can seal a person's cultivation through their acupoints. Those above the heavenly emperor realm all wear this kind of armor. As for those below the heavenly emperor realm, their cultivation is not high. Even if they don't wear armor, the evil god race can easily suppress them, so they don't wear it. Wu Tai explained. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder some people were wearing armor while others were not. So that was the reason. There were restrictions set up around this place, which had terrifying defensive and killing power. Even heavenly emperors could not get out, let alone those below heavenly emperors. Moreover, the other races still had so many experts guarding this place. Those below heavenly emperor could not stir up any waves at all. He's here. Qingtsong suddenly said as he looked in a certain direction. Lu Ming and Wu Tai also looked in the same direction. A bald middle-aged man walked over with a group of outsiders in fiery red armor. The bald middle-aged man looked no different from a human, but the third eye between his eyebrows told everyone that he was a foreign race. His body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, as if he was high up in the universe. His pressure was like the heavens and the earth, and the universe. How terrifying! Lu Ming sensed it slightly and felt cold sweat all over his body. His heartbeat quickened. This person's name is Duo Lei. He is the commander of the Myriad World Cage. At the same time, he is also a peak heavenly emperor. Wu Tai whispered, Peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's eyes turned intent. No wonder the feeling he gave people was so terrifying. A peak heavenly emperor was guarding this place. Even if there were no restrictions set up, not many people would be able to escape. Duo Lei cultivates a strange combat technique that requires him to absorb powerful battle chi. So every once in a while he will gather everyone together and then pick people to compete, to duel, and carry out a great battle. And he can absorb the battle chi of others. Wu Tai continued to explain. Lu Ming nodded, finally understanding why these people were gathered here. Duo Lei came to the middle of the cave. With a wave of his hand, a battle platform appeared and landed in the middle of the cave. According to the old rules, whoever I call, whoever goes up to fight. If anyone doesn't do their best and is half-hearted, after this, I will drain their blood. Duo Lei said coldly, his gaze like lightning, sweeping in all directions. The faces of the people who were swept by him changed, somewhat solemn. Duo Lei was vicious and merciless. He would definitely do what he said. Many people had been imprisoned here for countless years and were naturally very clear. Lu Ji Wang Meng, you guys go up. Duo Lei called out. Then, Lu Ming saw two figures walk up the battle platform. Both of them wore silver chain armor. Clearly, they were both heavenly emperors. After the two of them stepped onto the battle platform, Duo Lei waved his hand, and the armor on their bodies flew away and landed in Duo Lei's hands. Boom! Boom! The moment the armor flew away, astonishing auras erupted from Lu Ji and Wang Mang's bodies. This is a 3-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming's eyes focused. Two people who stepped onto the battle platform were 3-star heavenly emperors. The number of experts imprisoned in this eternal prison was astonishing. Lu Ji and Wang Mang looked at each other, then suddenly took a step forward, charging towards each other. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed fiercely on the battle platform. The two of them had similar cultivation. They erupted with their full strength, not holding back at all. The battle was incomparably intense. This is not a law system. As soon as the two of them started fighting, Lu Ming discovered that the two of them did not cultivate the law system at all. Instead, they cultivated the immemorial martial Tao, which was similar to the immemorial martial Tao. The two of them are from my health suppression world. What they cultivate should be different from the current heaven realm, right? On the side, Wu Tai said. Lu Ming nodded. The law system had risen at the end of the immemorial martial Tao, and the hell suppression world should have always been in the evil god realm. It was normal for their cultivation to be different. The two of them fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, Lu Ji won slightly and defeated Wang Mang. Duo Lei watched from the side, his eyes flickering with excitement. A layer of light flickered on his body, flickering indeterminately. After Lu Ji and Wang Mang's battle, Duo Lei called two people up to fight. They were also heavenly emperors. Every group had similar cultivation, so the battle was incomparably intense. Their fighting spirit soared into the sky. This was very beneficial to Duo Lei. Just like this, several groups fought in succession. There were heavenly emperors and great emperors. Lu Ming discovered that none of them cultivated the law system. Qing Tsang told him that there were not many captured from the heaven realm. Most of the humans here were from the hell suppression world. Recently, we have a newcomer here, a peerless genius from the heaven realm. Suddenly, Duo Lei spoke and then looked at Lu Ming. The others could not help but look at Lu Ming. There was really no one as young as Lu Ming here. I heard that you are very strong. Go up and fight. Duo Lei said. Lu Ming's gaze moved, but he did not speak. He stepped out and landed on the battle stage. You go up and fight him. Duo Lei pointed at an old man. That old man jumped onto the battle stage, his body emitting a powerful aura. He was a peak great emperor. Little brother, you have to be careful. This old man's cultivation is peak great emperor. The old man said kindly. Chapter 2430. Thank you, senior. Please. Lu Ming said with a smile. Be careful. The old man said as he charged towards Lu Ming. His palm was as sharp as a knife as he slashed towards Lu Ming. Buzz. The old man's palm vibrated as a strange energy circulated around it. It really looked like a battle knife. The old man cultivated the Archean martial path and his attack power was shocking. Since he had attacked, he would not hold back as Duo Lu would not allow anyone to hold back. Lu Ming took a deep breath and threw out a punch. It was a simple punch, but it caused the space in the fighting ring to explode. The wind howled and the power was shocking. However, there was a layer of light around the fighting ring that blocked the wanton energy chi. The elder's pupils suddenly widened. The power of Lu Ming's punch was extremely shocking. He was taken aback. Swoosh! The old man changed his move. He shook his arm and slashed out dozens of times. Dozens of blade lights slashed towards Lu Ming's fist. However, when Lu Ming's fist hit the old man's blade lights, they exploded. The terrifying fist force crushed through and collided with the old man's palm. The old man's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He then retreated until he hit the light screen at the edge of the fighting ring. His face turned pale. So powerful. Many people were shocked and they could not help but re-evaluate Lu Ming. Previously, when they saw how young Lu Ming was, they thought that even if he was a genius, he would not be too strong. It was already shocking that he had the combat strength of a great emperor. However, when Lu Ming attacked, they were shocked. He defeated a peak great emperor with a single punch. This little brother Lu Ming is really not bad. He looks really young. He has cultivated for no more than 1,000 years, but he actually has such combat abilities. It's really shocking. Wu Tai exclaimed. Qin Tsang's eyes were filled with surprise as he said, looking at his cultivation, he should be a body cultivator. He's already a peak great emperor. He can be said to be a rare genius. It's a pity that he's imprisoned in the eternal cage. Qin Tsang sighed. Wu Tai was the same. He was so young and had such combat strength. If he had enough time, he would definitely become a terrifying expert. It was a pity that he was captured by the foreign races. It was tantamount to cutting off all hope. Little brother's combat strength is amazing. I'm impressed. On the fighting ring, the old man cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with admiration. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming said. Duo Lu, I'm really no match. The old man. Trash. Ao. Duo looked at a middle-aged man wearing silver chain armor and said, he was a heavenly emperor. Duo Lu actually asked him to fight a great emperor? You've gone too far. Lu Ming is just a great emperor. It's meaningless for you to ask him to fight Ao Jing. Qin Tsang shouted. When is it your turn to interrupt when I do things? Qin Tsang, remember your current identity. You're just a prisoner. Don't think of yourself as one of the top 10 beasts. Duo Lu glanced at Qin Tsang coldly, then looked at Ao Jing and said, go up and fight. Go all out. Ao Jing was helpless and could only step onto the fighting ring. Duo Lu waved his hand, and the armor on Ao Jing's body flew away. A dragon roar sounded. Ao Jing's body emitted a powerful aura. Ao Jing was a true dragon, and his cultivation was a 1-star heavenly emperor. Little brother, be careful. Ao Jing reminded. Senior, just go all out. Lu Ming said, his eyes revealing a strong fighting spirit. This was his first time fighting a heavenly emperor. A heavenly emperor was much stronger than a great emperor. There had never been a great emperor who could fight a heavenly emperor. Someone as strong as the number 1 prince of the foreign races, known as the strongest prodigy of the foreign races, with astonishing combat strength, would probably not be a match for the weakest 1-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming was looking forward to how far he could fight a 1-star heavenly emperor if he went all out. Moreover, although he had grasped 81 types of laws now, the application of the 81 types of laws was not very perfect. At least, he was unable to interweave all the laws together to form a divine ability. He could not achieve perfection. All of this was very difficult to slowly cultivate and comprehend by himself. However, in an intense battle, there would often be great gains. Therefore, Lu Ming was looking forward to it, and his fighting spirit was also very strong. Buzz. Buzz. All kinds of light appeared on Lu Ming's body. That was the light of laws. That laws? Below the fighting ring, Qin Tsang was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming actually cultivated laws. Wait, so many kinds? No, several kinds of strongest laws. What's going on? Oh my God, it's still increasing. Qin Tsang's eyes suddenly became round. Because the laws on Lu Ming's body were constantly flashing. more than 10 kinds, more than 20 kinds, 50 kinds, and the strongest laws were also constantly increasing. Qing Tsang's eyes became bigger and bigger, and finally became completely dumbfounded. What Qing Tsang cultivated was not the law system, but the ancient demon Tao. However, in ancient times, the law system dominated the heaven realm and was incomparably prosperous. He naturally understood it very well. At this moment, seeing the laws on Lu Ming's body, he was really dumbfounded. Not only him, but around the fighting ring, those who had some understanding of the law system were also dumbfounded. In an instant, Lu Ming's 81 types of laws all appeared, forming a battle suit that covered his entire body. Lu Ming erupted his strength to the extreme. "Senior, please." Lu Ming stretched out his hand and reminded Ao Jing. "Little brother, amazing." Ao Jing's eyes were also filled with amazement, and the aura on his body also rose to the extreme. Boom, boom. The two of them moved at the same time, pouncing on each other and launching a terrifying attack. With a violent roar, the two of them collided, and then both of them retreated. The difference was that Ao Jing only took 3 steps back, while Lu Ming took 15 steps back. What amazing power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Ao Jing also cultivated the law system, but the ancient demon Tao. The ancient demon Tao cultivated the physical body and demon power. The combination of the demon body and demon power was extremely powerful. In the exchange just now, Ao Jing's power was completely above Lu Ming's. However, he did not know that the others were even more shocked. He blocked it. A great emperor actually confronted a heavenly emperor head-on. Incredible! Ao Jing did not hold back. It is indeed incredible. He can be called a peerless demon. Unfortunately, he was imprisoned in the eternal cage. Many people sighed, feeling pity for Lu Ming. Again, Lu Ming shouted, and at this moment, his fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! He rushed toward Ao Jing again, raising his strength to the extreme, and fought with Ao Jing. Ao Jing was not to be outdone, and charged toward Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Chapter 2431. In a twinkle, Lu Ming fought fiercely with Ao Jing for several dozen moves. Delightful, delightful! The more Lu Ming fought, the more excited he got, his fighting intent surging to the sky. Although he was completely at a disadvantage, being suppressed by Ao Jing, it was not that easy for Ao Jing to want to win him either. Fighting with a heavenly emperor, Lu Ming could completely erupt with all of his strength. Furthermore, the other party could give him powerful pressure at all times, making him more proficient in his grasp of laws, understanding deeper. Bang! Bang! In the great battle, Lu Ming evolved all kinds of laws to the extreme, blasting out all kinds of different divine abilities. Good, good, good. Below the battle stage, Duo Lei said good 3 times in a row. He cultivated a kind of combat method and needed to absorb battle qi. He discovered that when Lu Ming fought with people, his fighting intent was extremely strong. It could let him absorb even more battle qi. He was already planning in his heart to let Lu Ming take the field more often in the future. What astonishing combat strength! The others also marveled endlessly, being shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's strength was already virtually close to Heavenly Emperor realm. Heavenly Emperor realms were definitely too weak to withstand a single blow in Lu Ming's hands. This battle was several hundred moves. After fighting for so long, Lu Ming was finally no match, being sent flying by Ao Jing, slamming into the light screen, vomiting fresh blood. He was defeated, but his eyes were endlessly excited. That battle earlier deepened his application of all kinds of laws a little more. Senior is formidable, junior is not a match. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "The formidable one is you. If not for me relying on my high cultivation, how can I be your match?" Ao Jing exclaimed. Indeed, if let him fight with Lu Ming on the same level, he probably could not even block one move from Lu Ming. Following that, the two people went down the battle stage. Duo Lei called the others up to fight fiercely again. A day later, Duo Lei seemed to be perfectly satisfied, making everyone disperse and return to their respective locked secret rooms. "That Lu Ming, don't draw his blood, it's useful to me." After the crowd dispersed, Duo Lei instructed his subordinates. After drawing blood, the person would definitely be weakened and would not be able to fight for a period of time. He wanted to leave Lu Ming to fight with others so that he could absorb battle qi. The others had been imprisoned here for too long and were already numb to it. Even if they fought with all their might, they would not be able to unleash too much battle qi. However, when Lu Ming was fighting, his fighting spirit was high, and his battle qi was extremely dense, which made him happy. Yes. The other outsiders accepted the order. After Lu Ming returned to his stone room, he continued to cultivate. He carefully recalled the battle just now, and his understanding of the use of laws gradually deepened. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. A few months later, Duo Lei summoned them again and had them fight. This time, Duo Lei called Lu Ming over again, battling with another one-star heavenly emperor. In this battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. However, after exchanging several hundred moves, Lu Ming was defeated. Just like this, every few months, Lu Ming had to fight once. His gains were great. He also became more and more proficient in the application of various laws. The divine abilities that he comprehended himself also became more and more. Furthermore, no one came to draw Lu Ming's blood either. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already been in the Myriad Generations prison for 10 years. In 10 years, Lu Ming was already very familiar with the people here. He was familiar with many people. And in these 10 years, Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended all kinds of laws, his improvement astonishing. He was finally able to interweave 81 kinds of laws together, forming a kind of divine ability. 81 kinds of laws interweaved together, turning into a long spear with astonishing power. This made Lu Ming's combat strength increase a little again. He was truly able to fight to a draw with a one-star heavenly emperor, creating a miracle that no one could create since ancient times. 81 kinds of laws, I'm finally perfected into one. I can finally assault the great emperor realm now. Lu Ming pondered, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Lu Ming had experienced too much along the way. Even in the midst of adversity, he would not be discouraged either. He believed that as long as his strength became stronger and stronger, there would always be a way to get out. Now, he planned on assaulting the great emperor realm. 81 kinds of laws included all of the strongest laws and most of the Qingdao laws. Once he succeeded in assaulting the great emperor realm, who knew what kind of power it would have? Lu Ming was looking forward to it very much. Better enter the mountain and river diagram. Otherwise, the commotion caused by breaking through is too great. Lu Ming's heart stirred, then he entered the mountain and river diagram. Fortunately, his cultivation was low. The other races did not care about him and did not let him wear chain armor. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to cultivate. Entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming took out a large number of chaos stones and superior-grade raw stones, placed them all around, then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. 3 days later, Lu Ming's state was adjusted to the extreme. Begin! Lu Ming whispered. At this moment, the heart of the realm in his small world emitted a bright light. At this moment, the heart of the realm had fused with 81 kinds of laws and was undergoing a shocking change. The 81 kinds of laws completely gathered together, intertwined, and fused together. The quantitative change led to a qualitative change. The 81 kinds of laws would slowly transform into a higher level, which was the Great Tao. This was the process of ordinary people's cultivation. This process could not be done overnight. It needed time. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, the 81 kinds of laws could no longer be seen in the heart of the realm. There was only chaos, a piece of gray, like the light of chaos, but there were some differences. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion came from Lu Ming's body. An incomparably mysterious aura spread out from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, the color of Lu Ming's heart of the realm changed from gray to purplish gold. In an instant, it completely turned purplish gold. It was filled with a noble aura. It was high and mighty, like the ruler of heaven and earth. A purplish gold light also spread out from Lu Ming's body. It made him look sacred and inviolable, like a god that ruled the world. Breakthrough. Lu Ming knew that he had broken through. He had stepped into the great emperor realm. Devour! Lu Ming's heart moved. His body was like a black hole, crazily devouring the energy around him. Bang! Bang! Piles of supreme-grade origin stones exploded, turning into an extremely dense tide of origin chi that poured into Lu Ming's body and into his small world. At the same time, the chaos stones exploded one after another. Strands of chaos chi were absorbed by Lu Ming and refined by Lu Ming, entering his small world. Lu Ming's small world expanded rapidly. Originally, when Lu Ming was at the peak of the true emperor realm, the size of his small world was 700,000 miles. But now it was expanding rapidly. As Lu Ming refined energy entered, it expanded rapidly. 750,000 miles, 800,000 miles, 900,000 miles. Soon, Lu Ming's small world expanded to 1 million miles. Chapter 2432. Ordinary people who had just cultivated to the great emperor realm would stop when their small world expanded to 1 million miles. However, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He continued to expand and the speed was getting faster and faster. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 2 million miles, it's still expanding. Then continue to refine for me. Lu Ming kept taking out supreme-grade origin stones and chaos stones. A large number of supreme-grade origin stones were refined. Fortunately, Lu Ming's resources were abundant. Over the years, he had killed many opponents and accumulated a large number of resources. In particular, he had obtained too many resources on the Void Divine Island. There were more than 20,000 chaos stones and primordial stones respectively. There were countless supreme-grade origin stones. Lu Ming did not count them at all. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to afford it. Lu Ming did not care about resources at all. No matter how many resources there were, it was most practical to turn them into strength. As a large number of resources were refined, Lu Ming's small world continued to expand crazily. 3 million miles, 4 million miles. In the end, Lu Ming's small world expanded to a radius of 10 million miles before it stopped. The others who had just broken through to the great emperor realm only had a small world of 1 million miles. However, Lu Ming's small world had a radius of 10 million miles, which was 10 times that of the others. This was the distance between length and width. As for the area, it was unknown how many times more, at least 100 times. This was already comparable to a heavenly emperor realm's small world. Of course, the amount of resources consumed was also shocking. Lu Ming used a total of 3,000 chaos stones. As for supreme-grade origin stones, it was even more shocking. Lu Ming did not count them at all. However, everything was worth it. Lu Ming felt that the world power in his body was extremely rich. It was not like the world power that an ordinary great emperor realm could have at all. My current realm is obviously still a one-star great emperor. However, the world power is many times richer than the other one-star great emperor's world power. Lu Ming muttered. His current world power was really too rich. There's a different kind of energy in the power of the world. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that his world energy was mixed with a trace of purple gold energy. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this energy was extremely shocking. It was much stronger than world energy. Could it be my great Tao? Lu Ming thought of the great Tao he controlled. Then, with a thought, a purple light radiated from Lu Ming's body. In the unseen world, there was a kind of energy that was under his control. That energy was incomparably mysterious, but it emitted a terrifying might, as though it could dominate everything. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with the world. It was as if all the energy in the world could be used by him. Lu Ming seemed to be able to dominate everything. With a thought, a mountain in the mountain river diagram in the distance directly turned into ashes and dissipated. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This power was too terrifying. He only had to think about it in his mind. This is my great Tao. No, a great Tao is definitely not this powerful. I seem to have become one with time. Isn't this the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? But it's different from the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming instructed in his thoughts, feeling very puzzled. He realized that the great Tao he controlled was different from the other great Taos. He was sure that the other great Taos were vulnerable in front of him. However, it was also different from the heavenly Tao. Even his power of the world was mixed with this kind of power. It was different from the great Tao and also different from the heavenly Tao. It was like a brand new Tao. It should be related to my cultivation. I cultivate 81 types of laws, which is why such a mysterious Tao was born. Lu Ming analyzed. The most fundamental composition of heaven and earth was the laws. There were tens of thousands of laws. However, the most important ones were the 10 strongest laws and many other monarch laws. Although there were many other ordinary laws, their effects were far inferior to the 10 strongest laws and monarch laws. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had mastered all the strongest laws and most of the monarch laws. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, he had mastered a mysterious Tao. I wonder how powerful this Tao of mine is? Lu Ming thought, then closed his eyes and began to experiment. When he used this mysterious Tao, he seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. His consciousness floated out and extended out of the stone room. Lu Ming saw everything in the other stone rooms. He continued to extend his consciousness. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a layer of light screen. This layer of light screen enveloped all directions. At the top of the light screen, there was a round bead that emitted a bright light. The light screen was formed by this round bead. Could this be the restriction of the eternal cage, a restriction formed by the treasure of the evil god tribe's divine ancestor? Lu Ming's heart stirred. If I can open this restriction, I can get out. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, but then he smiled helplessly. Qing Tsong and the rest said that even a peak heavenly emperor could not break through this light screen. Moreover, it had a terrifying offensive power that could even kill a peak heavenly emperor. Then how could he open it? However, Lu Ming really wanted to give it a try. Because in his heart, he always had a feeling that he could dominate everything. Even if it was the light screen here, he could open it. This was the feeling that the mysterious Tao gave him. Let's give it a try. In the end, Lu Ming made up his mind and decided to give it a try. A wisp of purple gold light flew towards the light screen. It was precisely that mysterious Tao. Buzz. That light screen emitted layers of waves. In the end, a crack actually appeared. Success, I actually succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. That layer of light screen seemed to be dominated by him. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. Following that, Lu Ming hurriedly put away that mysterious Tao. That light screen returned to normal. With Duo Lei controlling that treasure, Lu Ming was afraid that it would alarm the other party. At this moment, in a secret room, Duo Lei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that someone is attacking the restriction? They really don't know life from death. Duo Lei said sinisterly, and then observed through the bead. He controlled that bead and could observe everything that was happening on the light screen at any time. However, Duo Lei did not discover anything. He did not discover anyone attacking the light screen. Could it be an illusion? Duo Lei frowned, and then carefully observed for a while. He did not discover anything, so he ignored it. And at this time, Lu Ming was really overjoyed. It really worked. He could really open that restriction. This meant that he could leave at any time. This kind of mysterious Tao is too wonderful, too mysterious. Lu Ming waved his hand. His palm emitted a purple gold light. It was the embodiment of that mysterious Tao. I've never heard of this kind of Tao, but it seems to be able to dominate heaven and earth. Then let's call it the Tao of domination. Lu Ming gave it a name. Tao of domination. I don't know how strong I am now. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 2433. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he did not use his physical body now, just relying on world power and Tao of sovereign, he could kill a one-star heavenly emperor. One had to know, his current realm was still just one-star great emperor. If he could kill a one-star heavenly emperor, it was equivalent to crossing an entire major realm to kill the enemy. Happening in the heavenly emperor realm was something inconceivable. The higher up, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to jump realms to battle. Those able to cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm which one was not a peerless genius. Only by grasping the strongest laws could one cultivate to the heavenly emperor realm. Hence, at the back, being able to cross a minor realm to fight the enemy was already extremely difficult, let alone crossing a major realm to kill the enemy. Furthermore, this was still just Lu Ming's estimation. Adding in the power of the physical body, Lu Ming's combat strength would be even stronger. From now on, Lu Ming was the powerhouses who stepped into the heavenly realm, primordial realm, and evil god realm. Now isn't the time to leave yet. With my strength, even if I leave this place, I'll be discovered very soon and will be caught up by the other party. Furthermore, even if I leave this place, in the vast evil god realm, where should I go? Lu Ming started thinking again. In the end, he planned on finding Qing Tsang and the rest to discuss, and even bring Qing Tsang and the rest to escape together. Lu Ming put away his cultivation, got up, walked to the door, and pushed forcefully. The door was pushed open. The Eternal World Prison was not managed strictly. The main thing was that there was the foreign race's sacred ancestors' treasure, enveloping all directions. That layer of restriction, no one could break it. Hence, people like Duel and the other foreign races were very assured. Normally, Lu Ming and the rest could freely enter and exit the various stone rooms. In Duel and the rest's view, Lu Ming and the rest could at most only move around within the range of the restriction and could not run. Moreover, those above Heavenly Emperors still had chains and armors to seal cultivation, an additional layer of insurance. Lu Ming walked out of the stone room and followed the passageway. Soon, he arrived at the door of another secret room. Knocking on the door, a voice came from inside the door, "Come in." Lu Ming pushed open the stone door and walked in. Inside was precisely Qing Tsang. Qing Tsang was lying on a green rock, leisurely drinking wine. "Ah, Brother Lu Ming, you came at the right time. Drink with me." Qing Tsang smiled, took out a pot of wine, and tossed it to Lu Ming. This wine was given to Qing Tsang by Lu Ming. There was no wine to drink in the eternal prison. Lu Ming took it and took a sip. "Brother Lu Ming, you made a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Suddenly, Qing Tsang's eyes lit up. Although his cultivation was sealed by the chain armor, his eyes were still sharp. He could tell at a glance that Lu Ming had made a breakthrough. "I just broke through," Lu Ming said. "Let me see what kind of great Tao you have comprehended." Qing Tsang hurriedly said. He was very curious. Lu Ming had mastered 81 nomological laws. He was also very curious about what kind of great Tao he would master after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to ask Qing Tsang about this. Qing Tsang had lived for a long time. He might know what kind of great Tao he had comprehended. With a thought, Lu Ming's body emitted a dominating aura. At the same time, a purple gold light spread out from his body. As soon as he sensed Lu Ming's aura, Qing Tsang's expression changed and became a little serious. "Brother Qing Tsang, do you know what kind of Tao this is?" Lu Ming asked. Qing Tsang shook his head and said, "It's strange. I've never seen or heard of this kind of Tao." Qing Tsang looked carefully and revealed a look of surprise. "What a terrifying Tao. There's a dominating will in it. In front of this kind of Tao, I'm afraid that ordinary great Tao will be vulnerable. Only the heavenly Tao can contend against it. Moreover, your cultivation is still weak now. As your cultivation increases in the future, it will be even more shocking and powerful." "Sigh, what a pity." In the end, Qing Tsang sighed. "Brother Qing Tsang, what's a pity?" Lu Ming asked. "It's a pity that you're locked up here. Otherwise, with your talent, you might be able to create a miracle in the future and break through the last stage to enter the supreme realm. In that case, the heaven realm might be able to defeat the evil god tribe." "What a pity." Qing Tsang sighed. "Brother Qing Tsang, we might be able to get out," Lu Ming said softly. "What?" Qing Tsang glared and said, "Brother Lu Ming, what do you mean by that?" "Brother Qing Tsang, I won't hide it from you. I named this great Tao the Sovereign Tao. Previously, I used the Sovereign Tao to open the restrictions of the eternal prison." Lu Ming explained the matter. "What?" Qing Tsang's eyes emitted a bright light. Even though he was sealed by the chain armor, A terrifying aura spread out. "Brother Lu Ming, what you said, is it true?" Qing Tsang's voice trembled a little. He had been imprisoned here for too long and originally did not have any extravagant hopes of getting out. Now that he heard that he could get out, he was naturally excited. "That's right, it's absolutely true. However, after opening it, I'm afraid that will be discovered by Duo Le very soon. That's why I came to discuss it with Brother Qing Tsang." Lu Ming said, "It's fine. As long as I can get out of the restriction, I can break free from this sealed armor. At that time, even if Duo Le finds out, I won't be afraid of him," Qing Tsang said, revealing strong confidence. Qing Tsang was different from the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm. In the ancient war, although he was captured, his injuries were not that serious and had long recovered. As long as he broke free from the seal, he would immediately be able to recover his peak Heavenly Emperor cultivation base. He was not afraid of Duo Lu at all. "Then after we get out, where are we going?" Lu Ming asked. "To the hell-suppressing realm, so we have to find Wu Tai and the others. This time, take this opportunity to bring more people out," Qing Tsang said. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same intention. In the Eternal Cage, there were too many experts. The number of Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses was also astonishing. If they could bring them out, they would definitely be able to create a lot of trouble for the evil god race. That way, the pressure on the Heaven Realm side would also be reduced. This combat strength could not be given up. Immediately, Lu Ming and Qing Tsang discussed the details, then found Wu Tai and told him about this matter. After Wu Tai heard it, he was also shocked at first, then ecstatic. The 3 people discussed who should be brought out. This matter must be carried out strictly. If they had to bring, they also had to bring people they could trust. If this matter was found out by the other races, they would probably directly seal Lu Ming, or even kill Lu Ming. Then everything would be over. After discussing, Wu Tai and Qing Tsang both started to take action, revealing this matter to some people they could trust, discussing when to take action. In the end, a total of more than 30 people knew about this matter. Of course, if they wanted to escape at that time, it would not be just these 30 people. Each of them could find a reason to invite some people to leave with them. As long as they did not tell them the specific details beforehand, when Lu Ming opened the restriction, everyone could escape together. In the end, they decided to wait for Duo Lu to gather them before taking action. Chapter 2434. Sure enough, half a month later, Duo gathered everyone for a competition once more. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was called up again. Lu Ming did not display the Tao of Sovereign. He just used the power of his fleshly body and a portion of world power to exchange several hundred moves with a 1-star Heavenly Emperor. Broke through. Duo's eyes flashed. He could naturally tell that Lu Ming broke through. However, even if Lu Ming broke through, he was also just a great emperor. He did not care too much. In his view, Lu Ming's physical strength was too strong. Even if he broke through in laws, it would not increase his overall combat strength too much. After more than a day, the competition ended. Lu Ming and the rest returned to their respective stone rooms. After returning to the stone room, Lu Ming waited quietly. Roughly several hours later, Lu Ming opened the stone door and headed for Qing Tsang's stone room. After arriving at Qing Tsang's stone room, he discovered that there was another large man inside besides Qing Tsang. This large man did not know of Lu Ming's plan. He was invited by Qing Tsang. Before long, Wu Tai brought 2 people and also came to Qing Tsang's stone room. "Wu Tai, elder brother Qing Tsang, why did you call us here?" The 2 people who came with Wu Tai asked. These 2 people also did not know the specific plan. "Looking for you all for something, just follow us," Qing Tsang said. Finished speaking, he walked out of the stone room first. Lu Ming and the rest followed. Those few people were very curious but did not ask much, following Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest entered a passageway and casually strolled around, heading toward the periphery of the Myriad Generations prison. At this moment, many people started moving. Those who knew the plan either invited 1 or 2 or 3 people, all casually strolling around, heading toward the place Lu Ming and the rest agreed upon. Lu Ming and the rest turned left and right, bypassing several passageways, and then arrived at a relatively large stone room. This stone room was considered the outermost stone room. Through the passageway outside the stone room, one could walk to the edge of the restriction. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already a few people waiting there. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. A moment later, there were a total of 133 people. Of these 133 people, there were a total of 100. The other 3 people wore chain armor on their bodies, indicating that they were all Heavenly Emperor realm existences. Only 30 people were below the Celestial Emperor. "Everyone, why have you brought us here?" Another person asked. Those who were invited were also very curious. Qing Tsang and the others did not reply. "Since everyone is here, let's go," Qing Tsang said as he strode away. Those who were invited became even more curious. However, those who were invited were usually on very good terms with someone, so they didn't ask much and just followed Qing Tsang and the others. Gradually, they approached the entrance of the passageway. They could even see the restrictive light screen outside through the passageway. Could it be that you want to escape? Finally, someone guessed what Lu Ming and the others were going to do. Their faces immediately changed wildly. This restriction could not be broken at all. Moreover, those above the Celestial Emperor realm were all wearing chain armor. Their cultivation was sealed. Wanting to escape was simply impossible. Forcefully going head-on like this would only lead to death. "Do you all want to court death?" Someone was somewhat anxious. "If we don't have confidence, would we do this?" "Just follow," someone said. Many people's faces became incomparably solemn, changing indeterminately. They did not expect that Qing Tsang and the rest actually wanted to escape. For countless years, no one had escaped. "What are you all trying to do?" Right at this time, a loud roar came from the entrance of the passageway. A burly figure appeared. It was a foreign race, wearing blood-red armor, his aura powerful. Everyone's faces changed wildly. Normally, this passageway had no foreign races. Because the foreign races were 100% confident in their restrictions, the guard was very lax. There were no foreign races guarding this place at all. Today, a foreign race actually appeared. Furthermore, it looked like his cultivation was very profound. It was a Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race. Unlucky, it was really too unlucky. Qing Tsang, Wu Tai, and the rest's faces became extremely ugly. A Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race was troublesome. Qing Tsang could tell that this was a 1-star Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race. One had to know, their characters above the Heavenly Emperor realm all wore chain armor. Only those below the Heavenly Emperor realm did not wear armor. They could not do anything to this Heavenly Emperor at all. Once the other party caused a commotion and alarmed duo, then everything would be over. All of the plans would be ruined. Many people who knew the plan were burning with anxiety. What to do? Swoosh. Right at this time, a figure rushed out explosively, charging towards this foreign race Heavenly Emperor. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly made his move. At this time, there was nothing to hesitate about. Only by killing this foreign race could they escape. Otherwise, it was all over. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. His entire body was suffused with a purple light. The moment he attacked, he used all his strength, using the Tao of Sovereign. In the process of rushing out, the Great Baron's spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, man and spear as one, and stabbed towards the foreign race Heavenly Emperor. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor's pupils shrank rapidly. This was because he felt a fatal threat from Lu Ming's attack. It was unbelievable that a Heavenly Emperor gave him such a feeling. However, at this time, he did not have time to think too much. He roared and erupted with all his strength, forming layers of defense. As long as he blocked this move and escaped in another direction, spreading the news, Lu Ming and the rest would be finished, and he would be able to make a contribution. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's attack had already reached. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor's expression changed immediately. This was because the defense he set up could not block Lu Ming's attack at all. Wherever the spear light passed, all of his defenses collapsed in an instant. No, how is this possible? The foreign race Heavenly Emperor roared in his heart. Pork. A long spear pierced through the void, directly piercing through the space between his eyebrows. Buzz. The long spear shook. The foreign race heavenly emperor was torn apart. Everyone was dumbfounded with their mouths agape, completely stunned. A one-star heavenly emperor was actually insta-killed by Lu Ming in one move. My God, what kind of strength was this? Lu Ming was just a heavenly emperor realm. He could actually insta-kill a one-star heavenly emperor in one move. This kind of combat strength was seriously too terrifying. Actually, this was also normal. The Tao of Sovereign was too powerful. Even Lu Ming's world power contained a trace of purple gold power. Lu Ming called it the power of Sovereign. Now, Lu Ming did not need a physical body. Just relying on the law system, he felt that he could kill a one-star heavenly emperor. Just now, adding in the power of the physical body and the power of the Great Baron Spear, insta-killing a one-star heavenly emperor in one move was not surprising. Swish. Chapter 2435. After Lu Ming rushed out of the passage, he put away the great desolate spear and directly slammed his palm towards the restriction light screen. What is he trying to do? Those who didn't know the plan were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. It was impossible for Lu Ming to break the restriction light screen like this, and it would even alarm Duolu. But it was already too late for them to stop it. Buzz. Lu Ming's palm carried a purplish gold light as it bombarded the restriction light screen. Layers of ripples appeared on the restriction light screen. Lu Ming used the Tao of Sovereigns to break the restriction. The Tao of Sovereigns ruled over all things. Even this restriction light screen could be ruled. Layers of ripples appeared on the restriction light screen. Qing Tsang and the rest stared with wide eyes, watching nervously. Although they heard Lu Ming say that he could break the restriction, they had not seen it with their own eyes, so it was inevitable that they were nervous. Buzz. Suddenly, the restriction light screen shook, and then, a crack appeared on it. The crack grew rapidly, forming a huge hole. It opened. The restriction light screen opened. Qing Tsang and the rest were overjoyed, their faces revealing excitement. And those who were invited and did not know the plan were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The restriction light screen was actually opened by Lu Ming, someone who had not broken into the Heavenly Emperor realm. How was this possible? Legend had it that the restriction light screen of the Eternal Prison was formed by a treasure of the foreign race's sacred ancestor. It was sturdy and immortal, and could not be broken at all. Even a peak Heavenly Emperor would find it difficult to break it. But now it was broken by Lu Ming. Someone slapped himself fiercely. What are you doing? Someone asked in surprise. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Is it because I want to go out too much that I'm daydreaming? So it's not, ha. That person laughed loudly. The others, go quickly, otherwise, when Duolu finds out, none of you will be able to leave. Qing Tsang let out a loud roar and rushed forward. The others also seemed to have woken up from a dream and ran wildly. Quick, I can't hold on for long. Lu Ming shouted as well. He realized that the amount of energy consumed to open the restriction light screen was terrifying. Now, his power of the world was depleting at an alarming speed. Qing Tsang, Wu Tai, and the others quickly rushed out and finally arrived outside the light barrier. At this time, Duoli, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression extremely ugly. Damn it! He had instantly discovered Lu Ming and the others through the outsider's sacred patriarch's treasure. He was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was actually able to open the light screen. This was something that had never happened before. Damn it! None of you can leave. The Duol roared, controlling the sacred ancestor's treasure. At this moment, the bead above the cage of 10,000 generations was vibrating violently and emitting a terrifying aura, causing the light barrier to tremble violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. His body shook violently as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. And the hole that he opened up was rapidly healing. Fortunately, everyone had escaped. Lu Ming's muscles shook fiercely and he rushed out. Before the light barrier healed, he rushed out of the light barrier. None of you can leave. Duol's roar came out from the cage of 10,000 generations. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted, spreading out for a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Duel went crazy. A peak heavenly emperor went crazy. It was earth-shattering. It was too terrifying. At this moment, in the cage of 10,000 generations, those who did not escape were all shocked. What's going on? What happened? Duel went crazy. Could it be that someone wants to escape? Who is it? So bold. Many people guessed. Everyone attack for me. Chase after the fugitives. Kill without mercy. Duel's voice sounded again. He chased after Lu Ming and the others at an extremely fast speed. In the cage of 10,000 generations, all the outsider races were alarmed and also chased after Lu Ming and the others. Someone escaped. The remaining people who did not escape were dumbfounded with shock. There was actually someone who could really escape. At this moment, outside the light screen, Qing Tsong raised his head to the sky and roared. A roar shook the firmament. Resplendent golden light erupted from Qing Tsong's body. Endless golden light battered that chain armor. Bang, bang, bang. On the chain armor, explosions were unceasingly happening. Qing Tsong's aura became stronger and stronger. Qing Tsong was one of the top 10 battle beasts back then. A peak heavenly emperor existence, his combat strength was shockingly strong. He could break open the chain armor with his own strength alone. It was just that in the past, inside the restriction light screen, even if he broke open the armor, he could not get out. He would be suppressed by the sacred ancestor weapon controlled by Duel. But now that he was outside, he had no scruples. Qing Tsong. In the distance, an earth-shattering roar came. A burly figure appeared. It was Duel. Duel had arrived. Swish. Duel's third eye burst forth with a light of destruction. This light of destruction actually turned into a giant hand, directly passing through the restriction light screen and bombarding down towards Lu Ming and the others. He directly made a killing move, wanting to kill Lu Ming, Qing Tsong, and the others. Qing Tsong let out a long roar, and a terrifying force erupted from his body, directly destroying the chain armor. With the chain armor destroyed, Qing Tsong's aura became even more terrifying. His body emitted boundless golden light, and his body rapidly transformed into a giant lion. A giant lion with 9 heads, its entire body golden, as if it was carved from gold. Top 10 battle beasts, 9-headed golden lion. The 9 heads roared one after another, and the entire eternal cage began to shake violently. The space around it exploded into smithereens in an instant. The giant hand of destruction that Duo Lu had unleashed also shook violently and was blocked. At this moment, Wu Tai and the others were also crazily attacking the chain armor. However, their strength was not as good as Qing Tsong's. For a time, they could not break through at all. In the distance, powerful auras rose one after another. The other foreign race powerhouses were also about to rush over. Big brother Wu Tai, let me help you. Lu Ming came to Wu Tai's side and used his sovereign power to help Wu Tai break the chain armor. The sovereign power could even break the restriction light screen set up by the foreign race's sacred ancestor weapon. Logically speaking, it could also break this armor. Sure enough, after the sovereign power poured into the armor, the seal on the armor was quickly destroyed by the sovereign power. In an instant, all the seal power was broken. Boom! Wu Tai erupted, and the armor exploded. Wu Tai's body emitted a terrifying aura. Haha, I'm finally free. Wu Tai laughed loudly. His aura was like smoke soaring into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Although Wu Tai was not as strong as Qing Tsong, he was also an extremely terrifying existence. His cultivation had reached 6-star Heavenly Emperor. He was not far from peak Heavenly Emperor. Damn it! Duel roared, erupting with all his strength, attacking with terrifying attacks. However, Qing Tsong was not afraid of him at all. The 9 lion heads roared, spewing out pillars of light, fighting with Duel. The two of them had similar cultivation, and the two of them were locked in battle.